bling blong. Bling blong, ding dong. Hello? Hello? I wonder if I should, like, avoid doing that in order to not make everyone's ears suffer as soon as they open my stream. I'm kind of curious how many people don't exist, by the way, in a, I'm curious how many people don't exist. I'm kind of curious how many people don't exist within, like, the EST time zone, I guess. Where I've mentioned before that, that Castle Lyria exists in the EST time zone. Which means that we need to adjust our clocks twice a year. Basically, I'm curious if any people showed up like an hour early. And it's like, I'm sorry, my friend. I exist in a very odd part of the world that needs to literally change when clocks happen. So. Existence is yucky? Damn. Honestly, same. I agree that existence is yucky. Mostly in that, yeah, I have to do, like, mock interviews. And those are, like, pretty yucky. Like, man, do I have to? It's like, tell us about yourself. And I'm like, this is a very difficult question. And I think my brain can't process what it means. So I'm gonna not answer it. And it's like, what skills do you feel like make you a good fit for the job? And it's like, frankly, none. I don't think I have any of those. Yeah. So yeah. Daylight savings was a German invention, so you're willing to take some blame? Oh no. Honesty is the best policy, I guess. I mean, you know, framing is important, but at the same time, it's like, man. Man. Yeah, I was debating how much I wanted to, like... I know, what's it? You can't be honest 100% of the time. That's the thing, is I feel like the thing is that you don't... Like, framing something beneficially for yourself is not lying. Right? Like, you're not trying to falsify your skills. Right? Nonetheless, that is still fairly difficult. Good, yeah. I don't know what else to say. But I was gonna be like, hey, so, like, I'm a very organized person because I host webinars very frequently, and I have a I have maintained a schedule of hosting almost daily webinars. and I have to produce and organize that schedule every week. Like, can we see your webinars? No. Can we see any existence of you having a schedule or maintaining a schedule for webinars? No. Which, for the record, that is how Pamu described VTubing to her boss, I think. If I recall correctly, she said they were webinars. Or I think the boss said they're webinars, but yeah. Don't forget all the architecture you've designed for the webinars. Yeah, exactly. And it's like... Technically, I could be a specialist in digital communication, as I frequently, almost on a daily basis, present things via the internet. I'm literally dead, dude. Please help me. Okay. That's enough stalling. Welcome, everybody. Oh my god, I hate it. So I tried redoing my mouth. I think it's interesting. Yo, it's a VTuber. That's crazy. Man, cause now you can actually tell between when I'm smiling and when I'm frowning. So you won't be able to see when cause I never frown. Oh, I didn't update the thing in the bottom left. Yeah, we're actually, I think, 50 watch hours away from me being able to, what's it called? From me being able to apply for monetization. It looks overexposed? Oh no. You have consistent experience in dealing with virtual vendors of marketing material. Kind of. But yeah, I can frown now. Previously, that wasn't as possible. As if you have a permanent flashbang in your face? Wait, what? Very angelic, but kind of bright. Wait, do you mean my entire face? Are you saying that my entire face is very bright? Because that's fair, but also, damn. I didn't like redo the face, I just redid the mouth, which, by the way, took like 2 days. And I'm like, wow, I can't believe I took 2 days to make a moderately non-noticeable change. Hello, LT. Welcome. It is somehow brighter than before. Is it because I'm not, I wonder if it's because, I don't have lighting on? Like, I can turn the lighting stuff on. But I assure you that I was pretty pale. I still am, and probably will continue to be, extraordinarily pale. But yeah. But look, I think my favorite thing is just this. I can look directly into your soul and do this. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. I'm not mad at you. I'm just disappointed. I'm not mad. Just very disappointed. Disappointed mum Flare. Yes. Wait, what do you mean Jello eyes? You mean the physics? Oh yeah, I noticed that where I put the nose was a bit off as well. I did like some minor adjustments to all of my model stuff or whatever. Your disappointment destroyed your internet connection? Wow. Damn. You should get that fixed. Also, I'm not, you know, that's not my problem. The eyes are very boing boing today. That's interesting. So what I did do with that, which is maybe why people notice it more, is that I noticed when my eyes were closing that the eye shine, like the shine component, wasn't moving down when my eyes were closing, which meant that you couldn't see it when my eyes were half closed, like kind of here. But I fixed that. So now you can more accurately see all the wiggling. So that might be part of it. I'm not sure. Are you going to try the new gacha game, Nikkei? No. I think I am not interested in building another empire in a different gacha game. Simply because I have stuff in this game, which means that I don't want to go to another game. I have seen it though. I watched an amount of the God. Who is Selene with? She was with Palmu. I watched their stream of it. So she yeah. I think I like Uni from all the units that are in that game. Lo and behold, Flarous likes the character with less upper body strength, but also extremely thick thighs. I know, surprising to literally everybody, but yes. Flower news from Arknights, you now have a daily reward that skips annihilation so you can sort of insta-run. Okay. That's really useful. So that's only for auto-deploys that have a 400 or a 400, I'm assuming? But yes, I know Nikkei is filled with good booty. It'll never cease to amaze me that character designers can find out new ways for me to get sold on anime characters. Like, it's just, yeah, I don't know. It's very surprising. Auto-deploy and it calculates results from the previous Annihilation run and gives you the reward. Okay. Which means that, unfortunately, all my Annihilations where I don't have a 400 or 400 player are not done. So, they're not just randomly done. But yeah, so I guess I wanted to update quickly because I leveled some operators. Their trust is not there, I think. I think Shamir's trust is there. But I've been meaning to level Shamir for like a really long time. She is now E2 level 50. I don't think I did Irene's skill. I did. So my Irene, I have not deployed my Irene once. We're probably going to use her today. If I get to play any goddamn stages, because the story is very long. Shamir is worth having, get her skill 2 to M3. Yeah, I wanted to do that because my understanding of this basically is that I personally like playing Arknights, what's it called? I personally like playing Arknights with defenders. Like, I like actually deploying walls that block things. Like, I don't like doing strats that are primarily ranged towers or DPS checks. I like actually blocking things. The problem is, in very later stages of Arknights that, like, things just deal too much damage. It's literally impossible to block things at certain points in Arknights, so Shamir is really good at making sure... Boop! Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to House Lyria. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, it's hard to block things when you take too much damage, so this is going to be my damage reduction source of choice. I've been meaning to finish this for a long time, so I'm going to have to Mastery 3R as well. Current event for me is more of a crowd control check rather than a damage check. That's fair. Also, I don't know why this is blocked. There isn't a lot of minus attack in the game for enemies. Yeah, I think it's not the most important either all the time. But definitely on later, like, higher contingency contracts. For example, like, if you take things that give them plus 100% attack, well, if you, like, half that, then it's only plus 50% attack. So, anyways. Very good. Good Fox. Yeah, minus attack is good against hard-hitting enemies and bosses. Yes. So, I personally haven't used a Shamir, like, much at all, basically. But now I sort of... I have one, so I can use it. I leveled up Rock. And I just want to, like, take a moment for everybody to appreciate the artist who drew this and her E2 art. Just can we please all collectively thank the artist for making this art? Because it's very good. Very, very good. I'm probably never actually going to use this operator, but in the words of Juice, who was here on a different stream, rock makes my neurons rock. Thank you, artist. She has a very nice hat. I agree. I also think her thighs are in a different category of their own. Thank you, artist. And then the last thing was, I decided to level my Irene. I figured out she has a gun, and that's hilarious to me. I didn't think I wanted... I wanted a double strike guard that had a gun. But she has a gun. So, it's great. Cute bird. Yes. Also gun. Yeah, so that's kind of the update on stuff that I actually decided to work on. It's like, wow, I actually decided to farm for once. How about that? Oh, I think I got some modules as well for some operators that I didn't have that for. But yeah. I want to work on some other operators who I've meant to, like, work on for a while. Like, I think I want to raise my Beanstalk, because she's like a unique type of Vanguard. I don't know who else, now that I think about it. I have a Schwartz, just haven't leveled. Well, I'm jealous you have Archetto. Yeah! Wait, is my Aerscarp E2? No. He's E1. I meant to level him, though. Or, like, I wanted to. Just because I wanted, like, a ranged Arts Guard. But I haven't gotten to yet. Also, sorry. I want to grab Rock by the tail and swing around like a sock filled with butter. Yikes. You finally got Archetto by spending $30 for the 6-star selector? Nice. Congratulations. Why have you not leveled Schwartz? Heresy? I'm gonna be honest, when this operator was released, I was, like, very unenthused. Like, I don't know. I understand that they've got, like, this going on, and that's, like, very pog. But, I don't know. I just, like, wasn't into it. This is a Fartooth household? Yeah. We have Fartooth. We don't need to worry about this other stuff, because we have Fartooth. Where is she? It is funny, though, because I think out of all my time owning Fartooth, I think I've deployed her, like, once. I always level so many operators that I just, like, don't use. Who else have I not used? Well, Amiya has to get to E2, but I don't... Oh, I think I've used her. I've barely used Bibik. I have, like, barely used Suzerain. I never have space to deploy Suzerain. I feel like I put Ling on a lot of teams and then never use her. And then, like, Tomimi is really cool and stuff. Very cool operator. Like, I have never used her. Like, I've deployed her, like, once. Level operator doesn't use Story of My Life? Yeah, basically. But, like, I actually did want to level Shamir. I don't know if I'm going to use Irene or Rock, but I leveled them. On boss stage, you may want to deploy her more often. Who? Fartooth? Tomimi is a niche caster. Yeah, her attack range is not very conducive to playing the game, is how I feel. Oh, Fartooth? Okay. Well, if I get a chance to use her, I'll be happy. But the interesting thing about Fartooth is that, like, I know this says infinite range, but the thing is that it shoots in a straight line. And I would like to bring your attention to this other operator that I use, who fires in a straight line. So here we find the problem, which is that normally if there is one square that is good for a straight line operator, I deploy Ifrit. And then I don't generally have space, like, behind her to deploy in the same square or stuff like that. Like, the Ifrit tile is usually one tile, and then it's not more than one tile, right? So that's all I'm saying. Sometimes I have difficulty finding enough space, but we'll see. Welcome, Rance. By the way, welcome everybody. Sorry, I did not personally welcome anybody in, but thank you all for being here. Welcome. We're going to be reading the story today, so hopefully we can actually get to some stages, because Christ, I would really like to play the game. Someone the other day called Fartooth Copium Physical Golden Glow, and I agree. Wait, what's Golden Glow? Is that a different operator? What is Golden Glow? Wait, what? Golden Glow is a 6-star caster that has global range on skill 3. Global range? Like can attack anywhere? Okay. Now, I feel like there's a very big difference between physical damage and arts damage. I don't know if I need to describe how the damage calculations of both of those work, but I feel like whoever said that doesn't know how to do the basic skill called math. You have to apply this life skill called math. And like, look, yeah, math. Alternatively, if your brain doesn't work and you would like to not perform the basic skill of math, you can use Calstit skill 3. You do not need to perform math if you use Calstit skill 3. There is no damage calculation. It simply applies the damage for all the people who do not know how to calculate things. That's okay, though. I relate to not being able to do math because I don't do math. Lo and behold, I haven't really run into any issues. But yeah. Man, you know who I really want to level? Ambriel. Ambriel's great. I don't know if you know, or if we talked about this. But, okay, let me see if I can find it. How do I find the things? How do I find the stuff? Is it these? I think it's... Where is it? It should be Trust. Is it Trust 3?
仕事もそろそろ終わるっしょ。映画でも見ちゃわない？お姫様と外国から来た旅人が出会うラブロマンスなんて売り文句のあれ。ちょい待ち。取り込み中のプレートをドアにかけとくわ。邪魔されたらたまったもんじゃないかんね。
Now, my chat has described me in previous instances as what might be called a bottom. Now, so this is great. Hey, would you like to watch a movie? I'm gonna go hang up a do not disturb sign for us so that nobody interrupts us. This is great. This is fantastic. This is spectacular. 10 out of 10. Yes. Also, there was something about, like, evading taxes, which I think is very funny. Ambriel definitely said something about evading taxes. And, I don't know if that gets Rhode Island in trouble or something, but it is funny. In a fictional context. Yeah, sorry, we got on the topic of global range skills, so I thought of Ambriel. There is one problem I have with Ambriel, which is that her, like, the sound effect for her skill 2 is really annoying. Is what I remember. How are you doing? I'm doing very well, Drugger. Thank you for asking. Though I am stressed out about needing to perform a mock interview, which I thought about doing for a lot of today, and then I, like, didn't do. So, you know. Elysium's here. Yeah, Elysium is a sonar man's. He's got a long coat. And a massively huge flag, which is pretty cool. Alright, sorry. We should actually get to, like, playing the game, no? Because, oh boy, who is excited for what's it called? More story. Neural the Radiant Knight is the coolest. I think Neural is a very good, very, very high quality, and I will remain forever upset that I did not pull NTR. It makes me very sad. Oh, wait, sorry, wait, that was a thing. Did we want a 10 pull for Spalter? Is that like a thing we wanted to do? Because I was informed that, like, no operators that I really care about are coming out, like, soon. So I don't know if we want to, like, 10 pull for this character or not. You'll bless the 10 pull? How exactly do you intend on doing that, Apple? Depends, she's not really meta, but kind of fun to have. Yeah, that's fair. I feel like my desire to own this character is not related to usability. I don't know, you'll just pray and see what happens? Alright. We're gonna gather positive energy by praying as we read the story. And then I'll pull later. When the upgraded module comes out in like 2 months? Okay. Well, I'll assume that that does something in 2 months. But for the time being, we have to watch some story. He grew up along the coast. He longed for the freedom to see the ocean. I'm pretty sure I'll only remember 50% of the voices. Wait, you're not on the ship yet? Rav, I've only been playing this on stream. I have not done anything off stream. That is the point. Which is why today and tomorrow we're trying to finish the story, which I believe is going to be impossible. You got Spectre Altar on the first free pull. You've never been that lucky. Yeah, that's how I pulled my Irene, actually. Congratulations, by the way. But I thought it was funny. Okay, speedrun, no chat distraction. Wait, what do you mean? You'll have time. The event runs for 2 more weeks. Yeah, but I want to do I wanted to do the EX stages on Thursday. That's currently how I have it scheduled. Is that we're going to be doing regular story today and Wednesday, and then hopefully we're going to have EX stages by Thursday. Which, based on what people are saying, as far as how much story there is, that's not going to happen. So I'm concerned. Should I be concerned? I think it was Nathan was here before, and he was saying that there's a lot of story. So, Jordy! Uncle Thiago? What's going on? Quick, pack up. We have to go. Wait, what? Where are we going? The Inquisition's coming. What? Cultists, the monsters from the sea. Anyways, we're gonna catch up a bit, enjoy reading time. Okay, I wasn't sure if that meant you were leaving or not leaving, but yes. Okay. Are we leaving this town for good? We? No. It's just you, Jordy. When the Inquisition finds out there are cultists here, the Aegir will be the first target. I don't care what happens to the cultists or even the rest of us. We've lived here for too long. We don't know how to live anywhere else. But you're different. You've always wanted to see the world outside. You're young and talented. But this is all so sudden. It's an opportunity for change, lad. Your last chance. Be brave. Even if you somehow survive the Inquisition's interrogation, all that's waiting for you here is a life spent in fear of the ocean and the sea terrors. If you leave, though, your fate will finally be in your own hands, not stuck in this little chapel. This place is too small for you, Jordy. You shouldn't just... But it's so sudden. There's no time to hesitate, lad. You must be strong, like your parents and their parents before them. Did my parents really give their lives for Iberia? We don't have time for this. Come on, pack up. It's been so long since we've had a traveling trader shop by. All of your clothes are so... Oh, this is Stultifera. All your clothes are so old. You can buy new ones so easily out there. All the more to leave, don't you think? But why would the Inquisition be looking for Aegir? Couldn't cultists just as well be Liberi or feline? Aegir come from the sea, same as the monsters in the disaster. Disaster! Wait, have you seen them? No, I mean, Uncle, you knew. You knew they were here? Yes. We all knew there was something to the rumors. Juan was one of them. He went into an empty warehouse to hide from the streets. He was hurt, and he had no hostility towards me. Right, because you're Aegir. I know they've gone mad, that they're not normal. But why? Are you sheltering them? None of that matters anymore. You'll be leaving soon. I don't want to. What? Boy! I was born here in Grand Pharaoh, and if I run just to hide from the Inquisition, I don't know. You what? What in tarnation, boy? What are you talking about? No Aegir has ever made it back in one piece after the Inquisition gets them, If you're lucky, you might return missing a few body parts or maybe your sanity. Most simply disappear, though. Some say they've been in prison. Others they've been executed. No one comes back. You hear me, boy? Wasn't aware Thiago was from Texas. That's sort of how I was reading him last time. He had like a little bit of a twang. He was kind of gruff. The Inquisition will burn everything to the ground in their mercy. Before the monsters and cultists even get a chance, nothing cleanses like fire. Uncle Thiago, calm down. The old man sees in Jordy the shadow of himself, arriving in this land all those years ago, hoping to construct a new garden out of the ruins. Decades have passed, and those who were once young are no longer so. Yet, what have they built in Gran Faro? What has become of Iberia? Their efforts have done nothing to change the tidings of fate, and the home that they've put so much passion into now stands on the precipice of collapse. A vast helplessness engulfs Thiago, like the dark clouds over the sea. No one has ever come back, boy. Not Marin, not anyone else. Gran Faro is already burning. Be it the Inquisition or the monsters, there's no future for us here. Uncle Thiago. I'll never be able to face your parents if anything happens to you, Jordy. I know. Can I go see the ocean? Ga! Kia! Scotty! I don't remember what I gave this person. I think I just read him normally. Or maybe I made him even more Texan. Or turn up the twang. Dream now, and may your sleep be full of nightmares. Leave them to me, Calsted. Soon enough, they'll confess where their dark and dank schemes. If their schemes are dank, like, do we really need to worry about them? No doubt. Wow, that old man's with you, Doctor? You are Alive Until Sunset, a rock band. I must admit, I don't understand these newfangled trends. I'm kind of a boomer. Have faith in the divinity of song, then. Iberia hasn't recorded a direct sighting of a Fernamut for centuries. Much less an interaction. If your music represents your views on human society, then that would certainly pique my interest. Divinity of these nuts in your mouth? Yikes. Welcome, Tony. We haven't paid attention to that sort of thing since Deep Color in the Sea. It's a topic that's all too familiar, you see. I wonder, what music would you put to Iberia? The most surprising thing I've found at my age is how much still surprises me. As we discussed, the Inquisition will prepare a means for you to travel to the Eye of Iberia as soon as possible, Calsted. You will eliminate any obstacles in your path. That sea terror. That guy that's embedded... That one that's embedded in the guy. There's the scent of an Aegir on it. A different scent, though. One more like us. The scent of the sea. What? Thiago's steps are small but quick. You seem burdened by age, yet surprisingly energetic. It was all Jordy could do to keep up with his pace. He said he wanted to see the ocean. He did not know why he said that. Even now, he does not know whether it is he who wanted to see it or Thiago. I'm an Aegir, Jordy thinks. The sea is my home. But how do I breathe down there? How did my ancestors live underwater? Questions pop into his head one after another. Questions he had been curious about from a young age. But Thiago is Liberi, and cannot answer his questions. The Aegir came from the ocean. Why would they drown in the ocean? Oh, CG! The sea. When was the last time I saw it? If the penal battalion were still here, they would have taken us in for questioning by now. Oh, that's Thiago. Sorry for asking you to do this. It's fine. Look at the coastline. Barren and decrepit. Decades ago, we had big dreams of building an impregnable fortress. They said it for the second time now. I hate that they swap between them because it throws me off. Today, there's a penal battalion outpost several clicks to the northeast, and another on the cliffs to the west. Everything else? A lie. Or perhaps a dream in the true sense. Reality is before our eyes, reminding us that the old Iberia will never return. Nice whistle. Jordy rarely sees him do so. A change seems to come over the normally gloomy mayor, turning him into a young worker once again, passionate about building his home. It's all in the past. We failed. Grand Faro is the final resting place for our failures. You mentioned your parents, didn't you, lad? I did. I don't remember much of the ocean. Everyone talks about Aegir and the Islanders, and none of it feels real. I was born on land. Your parents, or more accurately, your grandparents, came from a place called Aegir, a country deep beneath the ocean. That's where you were from, lad. Aegir. Years ago, the dream we had for Grand Faro wasn't the lifeless town you see today. It would have been a fortress, one that laughs at any siege. We would have built defenses on the coast around it, protected our country from calamity, heralded her revival, and rebuilt our home, all with our own hands. We really thought so. Jordy does not interrupt. Thiago grows increasingly excited, a light returning to his dull and cloudy eyes. Every hair on his body stands on end. He changes his posture. The sea breeze brushes against his brow, and he looks somewhat grander. Kind of like this story that seems to keep going and become grander and grander and grander with these filler sections that just keep going and going. The last step of our grand design, spanning half a century, was to return the Eye of Iberia and relight the lighthouse. The lighthouse? A relic of the Golden Age, spared from destruction by the profound silence. Not even calamity could break us. We marched ever forward, our hearts filled with hope. Marin wore the blue hat of hers. She said we'd become heroes, that our names would live on. Your grandparents, your parents, 2 generations of Grand Faro gave everything they had for this blueprint. Their greatness should have been immortalized forever. But now, there's nothing left. See that ship? There used to be many ships at the port. The penal battalion should have taken it, but they've forgotten all about it. All that's left is some junk. A town out in the middle of nowhere, more troubles than I can count, people stuck in a dead end, and that ship. Yeah, that ship. My parents and the grandparents I've never met. Were they... Oh, that's Jordy. And he's talking like this because he wants to talk about his parents and his grandparents. Were they proud of their duty? This isn't the first time you've asked that. You asked it when you first learned to talk, and when you started working at the chapel. You've asked many times, pointing at dust-covered notebooks and schematics at home. I remember. Yes, lad. No matter how many times you ask, my answer is always yes. No matter the outcome, we never lost hope after the great disaster, and gave them all to that cause. Whoop. Your parents even volunteered for our final attempt to reach the Eye. Don't blame them for abandoning you. They were carrying what was left of all our dreams. So many years had come and gone. We had to succeed. Last we saw of them... Can you guys hear the leaf blower in the background? Because that'd be really funny if you could. I was just checking to see if my window curtain was drawn. So that whoever's outside doesn't see my cringe stream. They were heroes. Murren said we would all become heroes, but none of us are, except for the dead. I see. So my father and mother... But you know what laid waste to it all? In the midst of despair, we managed to muster the hope to relight the lighthouse. And what came of it? The Inquisition. They arrested the Aegir. They said there were Church of the Deep spies among us. Among us? Guys, the spies, the spies, they're among us. They're... We were fighting for Iberia, and the Inquisition took everything from us. Our pride, our dignity, our dreams, our jobs. They took our jobs. God damn it. Lyria, I'll give you anything if it means no more Among Us memes. I'm sorry to say this, Apple, but I wouldn't trade the world to... I wouldn't trade the world for my ability to say Among Us memes. Do you understand now? Leave this hopeless town. Leave Iberia. Go as far as you can. Go to another country. Go to a better place. There's nothing left here in Grand Faro. Yamado! The sea! This is the wrong way. Are we just gonna leave our instruments in that damp room? No, I can smell the waves. The sea is just ahead. The moment I heard Pride, I thought Vegeta could be heard from a distance. Welcome, Crimson. What do waves smell like? Like cotton. Using olfactory vocabulary to express visual elements. But you're right, the sea's right up ahead. Yeah, Scotty! You. An Aegir, and of a different breed from the ones who grew up on land. You must be the strange sort of Aegir. What do they call you again? Oh right, Abyssal Hunters. Gladia frowns. She rarely expresses her emotion in such complex ways. It came from her instincts as an Abyssal Hunter, as a consul, as an Aegir technician, as a soldier. I read this as, you are sus. You know them? I know they are sus. Why so mysterious? Well, whatever. I'm just glad our name is known even among the Aegir. Alti once visited that ship, following your scent trail, but this is the first time we've met in person. I'm Aya, main vocalist of Sus. Here is our drummer. Greetings, guests from the sea. You are of the sea too. A pleasure to meet you. When I came to land, I sought Kalstit to learn more about you. About your terrestrial kin. Oh, If you're talking about the things on land, then I guess we're kin, technically. Not sure I can say the same about the ones in the sea. What are you here for? The doctor? Just an appointment. We seek a way back to Aegir. Back to Aegir, huh? The three of you? Together? We are not so easily separated. Aww, what a great friendship. What about the one in the back? Is she shy? Why doesn't she say anything? Something doesn't seem right with her. Her brain is tormented. Is she sick? You could say so. Poor thing. What is it, Dan? I just felt something up my spine. Like an electric shock to my brain, then a strange voice. Unusually quiet, Spectre gazes at the sky. She closes her eyes, waves. Waves brush against chaotic thoughts. This place is far from the coast, but something is touching her consciousness. It is the wind, among the clouds, through the land, from the sea. A voice. I can hear it. I don't hear anything. The music of the sea. The children of the sea are crying. It is a song. The scent of sea terrors. Lots of them. The town is under attack. Hey, how did you get in here? Are you an Inquisitor? The ones you're dragging are... Go home. These two are under suspicion of colluding with heretics. I am performing my duty as an Iberian Inquisitor. Leave now unless you want to be caught up in the battle. Their blood will draw enemies. Inquisitor? When did the Inquisition arrive? Were those outsiders your informants? I'm not a cultist. I didn't do anything. Do you know these two? Them? Juan? It's Juan? I always thought he looked suspicious. That's enough. No need to torment yourself. Go home and be sure your doors and windows are locked. Alright. You can come out now. An Inquisitor? No. A High Inquisitor. What's the Inquisition doing here? Ayaya and Thiago have gone missing. Do the Aegir have something to do with it? You killed Juan. You bastard! Not quite. He yet lives. And intend to extract some answers from him. You're different from the enemies I know. Your minds are your own. And you're working under clear directions. But if you're truly sane and awake, then you should understand that you stand no chance against me, nor any other brave soldier of the Inquisition. Why give up your life? What meaning is there in your futile sacrifice? What have the accursed tides promised you? What are you scheming on this barren shore? I have many questions, enemies of Iberia, and I can only hope your god has answers. I reckon the cultists would hide better if they stopped speaking out in the open and wearing their culty-looking clothes. Yeah, probably. This Inquisitor is based. He's pretty anime, honestly. Sorry, did we already laugh, by the way, at the fact that this thing is called Little Handy? I think we laughed at that last time, but I just noticed it again, like, right now. Alright. Please, for the love of God, tell me that I can just start the stage. Please. Please let there be a God that I am allowed to just start the stage.
Perfect. I've been very curious to see how Rhodes Island carries out its missions.
Yeah, apparently, by the way, my friend told me, apparently Irene has an Italian accent, is what I've been told. I don't know if that's accurate, but that is what my friend said. I want to bring my cool new operators that I have leveled. Where is Chame? You're gonna hate SN5 since it has a cutscene on the start of the stage? No, having a cutscene at the start of the stage is fine. I just don't know if it is gonna be there or not be there. Damn, these stages are really small.
Locked and loaded.
Am I allowed to assume? Wait, I didn't read what that did.
I have to get serious now.
How much is
See
your
the light
block?
of my
2?
lantern? I'm right here.
Alright, we're gonna activate.
Don't step into my heart. We'll be the judge. Don't step into the shadows.
Cool! She has like a star attacking pattern.
I have to get serious now.
Time for me to meet the fun enemy of the event? Well, I mean, this is like a low-level stage, so I have no idea what the... I don't actually know what they do yet.
I have to get serious now.
Don't step into my eyes will find me truth.
Honestly, that skill's pretty strong. I know we're on like a low-level stage, but it's pretty cool. Oh. Let's not do that, please. I'm gonna read what they do because I don't know. Might be either Italian or Hispanic. You need to check the voice actress. I see. You're not gonna help? You aren't rising from your seat either. I'm not needed. Strictly speaking, I'm still a prisoner of Iberia. It's not my place to worry for a High Inquisitor. Let's talk about the other two. We'll stay in this town on the coastline for a while. We know how to follow stage directions. If you and your Abyssal Hunters fail, we'll take the Iberians and pull back to an appropriate position. Assuming the old man outside listens to us anyways. You're willing to help out the people in the land. Frost is young. I'm about the same age as Dan, and I am maybe a little older. There's little left for us to love, except music. Frailty of body and mind has driven humans to seek breakthroughs within their short lifespans. And what do you know? They pulled it off. Indeed. Low level, but those guys are the worst thing in this event? I believe you, I'm just saying I don't know what they do. Enemy has 80% dodge chance unless it's stunned, silenced, or frozen. Does that have an 80% dodge chance to dodge stuns as well? Or do stuns not have a hit chance and they just happen? But the sea's not a fan of heavy metal. We don't have a choice. As far as survival is concerned, the land is the lesser evil. It would not be difficult to get this country to listen, reveal a few secrets, hint at old wounds, and promise that the same disaster will not strike again. Can it really be that easy? Even simpler, if promises can be considered lies. Wow, tentacle monsters. Yeah, I don't know what CC people I have. I guess I could actually use Bibik. She's pretty good at stunning people. Monsters! Where's the Inquisition? Anyone, help! Ah! As ever, Kelsit picks the worst meeting locations. What's going on here? Thank you. Are you in Aegir too, from the outside? 2. Ah, you refer to Sus. Aegir, eh? Are you here to fight them? You took out those monsters in the blink of an eye. Your attitude towards the Aegir seemed different in this town. There used to be a lot of them around here, until about 20 years ago. Did the Inquisition send you? Should we ask for their help? Silence is quite a good debuff on this event. I don't know if I have silence. Do I? What things silence things? None of my concern. But unless you intend to get hurt, I recommend hiding until this... I recommend hiding until this is over. Not operator silence. Lapland... Oh, I could bring Lapland. Okay. That's the silence you're talking about. This place. They're everywhere. Not as bad as Sal Viento, but it's still strange. This town has been consumed by rot. There are even those leading more or less normal lives here. The waves have not touched this place. Then the flotsam has gone into hiding. No surprise there. If our target is that ship, then Calcit must have chosen this place for a reason. Should we split up? I'll find Calcit. You and Shark handle the sea terrors. Right. They are weak, but don't get hurt. Weakness is often bait. Shark? Take care of her, Scotty. I still have trouble getting used to how she is now. I know. Monsters, where did they come from? This way. Oh, right. They're relatively few in numbers, but surprisingly coordinated. Is someone leading them? And how could they have just popped out of nowhere? Where are they hiding? Is it this way? Getting closer. There's someone here. One falls, another takes their place. We give our lives only to buy time. No one can stand here against a High Inquisitor. All who resist are doomed. In death lies hope. Do not squander it. Yes, we must hasten our departure, but it is a shame to abandon the closest outpost we have to the Eye of Iberia. We need but one to reach the Eye. Who goes there? Crap. Wait, I'm just a single block vanguard. Liberi, don't let him get away. Oh yeah, these two. I forgot you existed. It's almost like you were unimportant to the storyline and I didn't care for you to be here. Grand Faro will be no more. Is that what you really want? Our interests are aligned. This shouldn't have to happen. You're the only one who can stop both the Inquisition and your own people. I'll kill you, Ayaya, soon. My. I thought we were on a first-name basis. Ulpianus? Sorry? Okay. Let's not crop that audio at all, please. Thank you. Ayaya is quite important to this story. Yeah, but she said nothing but like stuff that I don't remember in the last number of chapters. Perhaps you intended to make your move once we had arrived at the lighthouse, but you know full well that's not our destination. We're going someplace further, and it's there that we'll make our choice. Aren't the Abyssal Hunters all of one mind? Why haven't you gone back to your squad? What are you thinking? You never saw what I saw. Ah, yes, the oldest story in the book. They never saw what you saw either. Did you lose trust in each other? Ager is united by bonds of blood. I chose to go into exile in order to achieve our common goal. Stay away from them, Ayaya. Even on dry land, Gladia, Scotty, and Laurentina can wipe this town from existence with a little more than a shrug. I The hand that Aya has placed on the book moves ever so slightly. Unperturbed, she smiles back at the provocation. You're right. Thank you for your concern. I need that ship. I must reach it before Gladia. They cannot return to Aegir knowing nothing of what's going on. Finally shook them off. Is this scene really necessary? How can they be hiding this many people? Is this town some kind of clown car? There's nothing but barrens to the north. So where are they coming from? Stultifera Navis. If I could pronounce that, that'd be great. Drinking game. Take a shot whenever the Aegir are mentioned. Cute girl. Turbo troll? Wait, are you trolling or are you turbo trolling? How do you define if it is a turbo troll or a regular troll? Pleasure to meet you, ma'am. You must be the abyssal hunters that Kalsta mentioned. Is this your work? Iberia is not always so messy. I beg your pardon. Gladia is quiet for a moment. In her long years on dry land, she has seen how weak and backwards the terrestrial states are, but also the strength of the Inquisitors at Salviento. Kalstit's words echo in her mind as she thinks on how to live alongside those above water. The silence lasts only a moment. I am Gladia, technology consul of Aegir, and the Abyssal Hunter's chief designer of warfare. Hello, John. Welcome. For the first time, she speaks to a land dweller as a representative of Aegir. You are the first human to make fun of my name? I didn't make fun of it. I was just wondering what the context of putting Turbo before your name was. If you see that as a personal slight, then I question if you'd want to actually answer my question. Her counterpart nods, sheaths his rapier, and strides over to the silent carcass of the Sea Terror. Carmen, High Inquisitor of the Iberian Inquisition. I see the legends of Aegir hold true. You're different from the others. I have a few more years under my belt. Where is Kalstit? She's speaking to another guest from the ocean in the chapel. Gladia turns to walk away when... If you've come to see the doctor, I'm sure she's shared the same information with you. Perhaps. What do you think of her suggestion? We can talk after I've confirmed she's unharmed. We have no reason to harm someone who wishes to protect Iberia from the bottom of her heart. Did I do any polls? Not yet. I currently only have a 10 poll, and we're gonna spend this entire stream building up. We're building up the hope that I'm going to pull a Spalter. We're really trying to build it up. We're trying to build up that desire, and if we get it, then that's good. Welcome, Jitsu. Hopefully you can pull Irene and Spalty in 10. I pulled last time I streamed, and I do have an Irene, but I haven't done any pulls today. I've seen more foolishness in my brief time on land than I have for half a lifetime. If it's been such a brief time, how can you be so sure? The worst of times bring the worst out of people. Iberia's current reality is far from gilded. Regardless, I'm not here to debate. If she's in the chapel behind you, then you'll never reach the Eye of Iberia without the Inquisition's help. It was not destroyed in the profound silence. If the Stultifera remains afloat, then the Eye of Iberia is the only way to find it in the vastness of the ocean. What Iberia can offer, I can achieve on my own with only slightly more effort. I suppose I have something to look forward to then, Gladia. How am I doing? I'm doing okay. Yeah, I already did some polls, John, but not, you know. We have another 10 poll available to us, which we are currently trying to channel to the divine that I may pull a spalter. How many left? 4 or 5, maybe. Some have departed to seek sanctuary elsewhere. Very well. Burn these documents. We don't have time for them. Grand Pharaoh, I once called this place home. You are still bound by such distractions? No. Burn them all. The Inquisition must not find them. We embrace this knowledge and promote harmony through enlightenment. The Inquisition, in their ignorance and selfishness, calls it heresy. Let's go. We will find a way to re-establish contact. We too embrace the ocean someday, because we are lonely, and we don't have any other way to receive validation? I don't know. Are they gone? Is this one of their hideouts? Here I thought it was just a struggling restaurant. It's only 2 blocks from the chapel, for crying out loud. They're burning their papers? I have to put that fire out. The flames are too strong. I have to save what I can. Youch, that's hot. Whew, are these blueprints? Some sort of equipment? A stamp of approval has been burnt to ash. Historical records of Iberia, bases on ocean currents. What are they planning? Briogan? Royal shipwright? And what's this? A drawing of that statue in the square? Put that down, Libery. Let it burn as it should. You. Elysium has always been confident in his ability to talk his way out of a situation. In this case, however, he does not get a chance to, barely avoiding the touch of cold steel. Bro, you're a 1-block vanguard. Get the hell out of there. Hey, don't you know it's rude to strike without warning? Joust it. Their goal is... Wop. There's also a flag bearer. Man has like 2 attack. Yeah. Alright, were we able to do this? A rustling sound comes from the empty shop. It is the struggling of a victim, or... Well, let's search. A sea terror is curled up behind the counter, with an elderly woman sitting across from it. Okay. A stack of diagrams lies scattered between the old woman and the sea terror. Though half her face is concealed by a hood, she is undoubtedly staring at the creature before her. Many years ago, she had dedicated all her talents to Iberia's greatest expedition, but that intrepidity ended in a terrifying silence. Flarous a cappella? Wait, what's the a cappella? Oh, the victory screen? Yes. Welcome, Snow. After experiencing hardship, struggle, and disillusionment, she gave herself to a greater cause, one transcending country or geography. She sought to find the perfect other side that all living things could cross over to. What's more, within the cult, she is able to continue the research on monsoons and hydrology that had captivated her so. Now that the Inquisition has arrived, the products of her blood, sweat, and tears must be burned. Her theory is never to see the light of day. She chose to dedicate them to a cycle of the greatest evolution, the Sea Terror. Sea Terrors roam right in front of her, but do no more than roam. Fortunately, she is patient. Okay. An old man's vigilant eyes peer out from behind the curtains. He had experiences decades ago and is no stranger to it. Their hopes of rebuilding are being crushed underfoot. And the instigator is someone they believe in. The friends regarded as brothers have disappeared into the shadows. The plans into which countless hours were poured have been put on hiatus, and the imposing man with a lantern says that the cult has infiltrated you. The old man gazes at the photo hanging upside down over his bed. The once dazzling sunset has faded, and thus a dream was shattered. Between monsters and humans, which is truly more terrifying? Sheds still line in the shores, offering a glimpse of how bussin' this small town used to be. People from all over used to arrive, trying to restore a glimmer of hope following the calamity. But now it's been abandoned, its sheets of metal rustling away. The precious materials once used to build this place are now scattered about everywhere, no longer of anyone's concern. Take it. Okay, so I guess we can go here now? Ah! It's Irene! Along the uninhabited street, travelers from afar now sing. Irene? Yes, Maestro. I mean, sir. You seem distracted. I'm fine. Granfaro is a tiny town, so small that most maps don't even bother to list it. But this is a request from Lord Carmen himself, and it involves Dr. Kalstedt and those Ager. I know, sir. If you still haven't found your answer, I will not give you permission to join the mission. I'd already made up my mind when I first decided to follow in your footsteps, and became an Inquisitor. Yes, before you even knew the question. An answer is worthless if it cannot explain what you see and hear. Another cutscene. Helma Port Faro used to be bussin' for real? It used to be so bussin', and now it's not. Damn. Don't die a worthless death, Irene. You know what we're fighting against, and you must find your own answer. Yes, sir. Lady Kalstedt? Gladia's tone does not change, but her footsteps reflect her mood. A blink of the eye, and she's by Kalstedt's side. Good work, Gladia. The Inquisition didn't do anything to you, did they? The fact that Iberia has not yet sunk into the sea is proof that they still retain a shred of human humility and vigilance. You found a way, as promised. Yes. However, even if Iberia is willing to let go of their fears, what about the Ager? What about you? If this temporary cooperation is necessary to help us return to the ocean, so be it. Finally, an Ager with some sense, right? Like the waves themselves, like the rays and texture of the sea. Hello there, Special Ager. I believe you've already met our other members. Yes, you're a member of Sus, correct? Alti, bassist, nice to meet you. How are things outside? The cultists are out in force, but individually they are rather weak. My hunters can take care of everything. The Inquisition will only work with us once we've taken care of the problems in Granfaro. Then there's no time to waste. Gladia raises her lance. Wait, Gladia uses a lance? I've never deployed her or seen what she does. Maybe I should level her. At the same time, she senses that something is not right. There. Among them. Among us. Among us there are sea terrors. But how could it be? Kalstedt here. Dr. Kalstedt, their goal is... Elysium? What's the matter? One of our operators is in trouble. Something lurks here. Among us. As we discussed, Alti, the members of Sus can stay ashore. We'll handle this as quickly as possible. Sure, we can wait. And we'll be happy to provide some BGM for your campaign. too weak. They keep coming. Buying time? Or spreading something. I must find the leader. Spectre. Ah, Scotty. Long time no see. Something the matter? Are you alright? I'm fine. Just a little tired. Yes. We're fighting, right? The scent of the ocean reminds me of home. But home, my home. They keep coming, but why hast thou come? For what reason hast thou come? The sea. The scent of the sea grows stronger. Are we home, Scotty? Is this the way home? It will be, Spectre. Laurentina, I promise. Then tell me, what's that before my eyes? What? A figure strides down the street, humming a tune. The streets are a mess in the aftermath of the panicking townsfolk, but it hardly bothers Frost as she plucks at the air and imagines music. The Sea Terrors. Keep away from her. No, they ignore her. Is she playing an instrument? Does it sound nice? I don't know. Then ask. Wait. Top tier voice acting. We should get Lyria in the Arknights anime. Spectacular. Did I shake him? Damn it. Was it when we first met? No, he didn't even touch me. Those documents must be destroyed, Iberian. Obey and you may keep your limbs. Attached if you prefer. Shit, he's fast. Aye aye! 100% should do the instruments? Yes. Weren't your friends only burning them because there wasn't time to save them all? With your skills, you could just as easily have taken them yourself. So why did you need to burn them? Friends? The man growls from the bottom of his throat. A sound born of humiliation. We are not friends. Then what? It does not concern you. Surrender the documents and leave this place. Whether you're with the Inquisition or with another country. He stopped. Yes, you've always been sharp. The mysterious Aegir gazes into the distance. Friends. We may be bound by blood, but you must stay away from Aegir for now. Don't worry about it. Elysium evades the attack, and it's immediately clear why he managed to. The sword's aura rips the charred papers to shreds, sending the splintered truth drifting into the wind. They cannot return to Aegir just yet. Allowing everyone to act on their own will only accelerate the destruction. Even though Aegir has already chosen the path of self-annihilation. Jump into story, I bet Flarous went through so many stages. I have played one stage. No more sea terrors approach. Unsurprising numbers. For the coast. Now, where are you hiding? You. No, the lantern. Answer me. What do you intend for Grand Faro? That lantern. Get it off of me. Answer me. It's... What are you pointing at? Carmen looks back in the direction that the cultist is indicating. A statue stands in the middle of the square. Ah. Grand Faro, the Great Lighthouse. Of course. You're seeking the lighthouse of Grand Faro. Stop it. The nobles once called those great monuments the Eye of Iberia. Dozens of them once stood on Iberia's coastline. Even had the Witch King's Tower in Lithanian not been toppled, it would still have been dwarfed by these guardians of the sea. Have you reached the part where Aimia died yet? No, we have not. They are the single greatest mark that human civilization has ever left on this land. The sea, the eye of Iberia, the miracle, destroyed the sacrilege. Take that lantern away! The profound silence destroyed most of the lighthouses and disabled the rest. What are you plotting? I see. So you knew. You knew that one remained operational, that the goal of the Grand Faro project was to protect what was left of the Eye of Iberia. That's why you've been lurking here, awaiting your chance. You never expected there to be traitors in the very heart of the Inquisition. Where are they? While you're here babbling away, look under your feet and come face to face with your pathetic narrow-mindedness. What? Look at your feet, there's gonna be sea terrors. It's like, guy, I don't think they're very scared of sea terrors. I don't think the Inquisition is particularly concerned about sea terrors. Sorry, these guys are the worst cultists ever. They don't even try to hide it? Yeah. Welcome, Gadiel. What'd you miss? I don't know. Some stuff happened. I couldn't tell you. Just some shit happened. Unsettling, slithering sounds. Sea terrors are glowing? What is this luminescence? What is this evanescence? Get away from it. Monster. Impatient growling. Meltdown. Yo, she's on skill 3, let's go! What did you miss? Yeah, I don't know how to summarize for you. Just some stuff happened. Mr. President, get down! Hello. Peaceful riff. Even Kalstit spams skill 3 when she gets the chance. She's a gamer. There is a familiar scent on you. Do you know what it is? Spirited rift. Or riff. A pleasant melody, but not the one that I know. Then how does the one you know go? It goes da 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 da. Wait. A song of Aegir. A sad song. But I don't like it. It belongs in the past! It lacks passion and wallows in futile sentimentality, the same as Aegir itself. You've come home, Aegir. Home? Me? Sing. What a strange woman, but I don't mind singing. Then sing. As always, those terrible meme songs that they just won't stop playing. Who are you? I never imagined we would meet again in such circumstances, Laurentina. Man, I can't believe the old song they were referring to was Darude Sandstorm. That's crazy. Warped mailbox. A warped mailbox with a strange device crammed in it. The words, Wilderness Survival Module. printed on the side in Agarian, seemingly slotting into Little Handy. Who put it here? And what message are they trying to send to whom? Sounds a little sandy? Yeah. Doctor, here's your newly obtained module. You can inspect it in Little Handy. I don't know if I want to inspect a Little Handy. Active modules can assist us in better combining the Seaboom, or combating the Seaboom. Carry on exploring and get your hands on even more. Alright. Melee operators have plus 40% healing effectiveness. Okay. Wait, what's this? Range operators gain plus 80% max HP and plus 250 defense. I see. Here's Irene to give you a little handy with your little handy. Oh no. Little Handy is your best friend on this event? Yeah, I've never had a little handy before, so, you know. It's nice to have one for once. Penal Battalion Forward Base. What does that mean? You can inspect and adjust the models of Little Handy here. Thank you for telling me about... I need to stop. Okay, so this goes to this menu. So we're gonna... Oh, should I have set it to the other one? Oh, what is that? It's gross. We're holding a special training drill today, focused on upcoming enemies. I don't have to be reading this outline. Simulated battle, frontline information. What are those wiggling tiles? That is Nethersea brand. Some scholars are calling it a unique oceanic life form. We still don't have too much information on it. Oh. The unusual shaped organism will spread to all adjacent tiles at fixed intervals. Does that mean the thing is on a timer? Like, how do I interact with it? Shoot, it's spread under the enemy's feet. Be careful. Some enemies can deal increased nervous impairment when on Nethersea brand. Oh. Okay. I assume this doesn't do anything. Instructor Doberman, the brand is spread to me. Can sort of hear this slippy noise. Take care, Nethersea brand will deal arts damage and nervous impairment to any operators deployed on the tiles. Can I retreat, please? It feels like my shoes are gonna melt, and I can't stand up. Deploying operators on Nethersea brand is the only way to prevent its further spread. Any tiles without operators deployed will allow the brand to freely spread. Send a medic operator to back you up. Hang on there. Little Handy is Flar's best friend in general. Some mod we instructed to give him lotion 24/7 due to an event when he sees a female knight. Oh no. Yikes. So if we put a person, it blocks the spread of the thing, right? So does this block the spread? Oh, I didn't know that was gonna happen. It does, I see. It is okay, Cardigan. Please do not feel bad. Later you can clear the goo. That's semi-spoilers, but I will accept it. So I think the only difference is we're going to need to activate Popcar at some point in time during during this. And then we also need to deploy Cardigan, like, here or whatever.
みんなを守るよ。お薬です。一歩も引かないよ。ふむの特製料理だよ。いい子にして動かないで。
Damn, that's really close.
お薬です。
How else did they expect you to deal with this? Were you supposed to retreat this and deploy Cardigan or something?
ふむ
Like,
の特製料理だよ。
because that was really close. Oh, maybe since you skip, it does stuff.
完全勝利。
Remember to activate Melantha's skill. Melantha. You may need to go out of your way to unlock more gadgets for the little handy. I'll leave it at that. Okay. I'm sure we'll find them. E1 level 1. Well, I'll tell you this right now. I'm not particularly good at locating little handies. So.
戦いの時だ。
Okay, so I'm guessing what we want to do is we're just gonna...
It's my duty to stand here.
That's really funny.
Can't you feel
That's
the
like
city's
really funny,
crumbling
Saylich,
away?
because that is correct. You are, in fact, going to be standing there for the rest of the operation.
Locked and loaded.
Trying to think of if I have anything particular to deal with those things or not, but I don't think I do.
ロック18号、アタックシーケンス起動。アーツユニット、チャージ中。
Oh, they just like walked past her. Bruh. That's not very cool.
Your orders. You've never ever noticed the hideous grins of conspirators.
Damn, that's like a lot of damage. Can you chill out? And not kill my Saylich,
Your
please?
orders, please.
自分のための戦いを私の声に応える。
3 stages? Oh yeah, I mean, like, I don't really count the tutorial stage.
よくやる。祝うよ。立ち上がる。
I was like, am I on times 2? It's been so long since I've done a stage. Like, feel like I've done a stage, I guess. Damn, Colossus just, like, straight up died. Damn, she also just died. These things do so much damage.
モンスター、私に続け。 ビクトリアのバグパイプ、波状棒とともに。Good scenery here, Doctor.
See the light of my lantern? I'm right here.
Alright, I'm assuming it's gonna end up being that there's no, like,
Don't step into the shadows.
super good way of controlling all of it.
We'll be the judge.
Splatoon be like. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Maybe I need to deploy like a Saria by herself or something. I don't have any elemental damage healers, so I feel like that's gonna be a problem. Exactly as the reports say, such a curious creature. Easy now, no need to get excited. Seems you understand human speech. There are parasites living on these sea terrors, but I've never seen them on land before. The Iberians call it nether sea brand. An eerie glow has been occasionally seen off the coast of Iberia since the profound silence, the earliest known instance dating back to 17 years ago. Our scientists believe it to be some sort of algal bloom. So have the Aegir also encountered these unsettling things? Seldom, but the Academy Garden has no shortage of luminescent ornamental plants. So the Aegir do know what the word ornamental means. Nether Sea Brand, an apt name. It is the sea leaving its mark on the land. At its heart, its spread is no different from the sea terrors we saw at Salviento. Do you mean to say this phenomena is but another form of their evolution? I see the biologists of Iberia are lacking in many ways. We've encountered some complications, but this is far from the worst-case scenario. The Inquisition has noted an alarming increase in the variety of sea terrors, most notably at Coastline 3, where after a mere 4 or 5 days our enemies were unrecognizable. As I said, the ocean encroaches upon the land in its own way. Now, there's an operator from Rhode Island I must rescue. I'll accompany you. No, it'll be more expedient for you to work with the hunters to eliminate the threat as quickly as possible. I'd assume Iberia would treat her with more caution. Indeed, she should be, but for now we have a clearer enemy to deal with. What will you do, Consul of Aegir? Continue to bicker over your country's pride? 10 minutes. I'll take care of everything and meet up with my hunters. And then we can talk about how to reach that lighthouse. I'll remain here. Law has been absent from this chapel for far too long. But thankfully, someone has been polishing it. It will be the only light in this war. The Iberian Inquisition is here, even if it is I alone. Hello, smelly old man? I didn't say I was old, necessarily. I also don't smell. I said stinky. But also, I'm not stinky. But welcome. Hey, what's going on? Viago, where were you? The Church of the Deep's cultists appeared out of nowhere. The town's covered in monsters. Oh, and what? Why did they attack the town? Where's Aya? Did the monsters harm you? They didn't harm anyone. They're just fighting an Inquisitor. No one told the Inquisition, I swear. They showed up not long after we found the carcass in the square. It might have been their work in the first place, now that I think of it. What's going on, Uncle? Oh, good afternoon there. You look... Jordy, come with me. Uncle? Quiet. Thiago, it wasn't us. We couldn't have contacted the Inquisition in such a short time, no matter how fast we were. I know. We need to protect Jordy and explain things. Maybe someone went to them earlier. A week ago, a month ago, who knows? Rumors of cultists have been spreading for a while now. It wasn't me or my husband. Could it be Juan? Maybe the Inquisition found him. Quiet, boy! You knew Juan was a member of the Church of the Deep? When did you find out? Jordy, go! Alright. Thiago! Oh, he is gone. Never mind him. What about the town? I don't know. The Inquisitor and the Outsiders are fighting the monsters. There's nothing we can do about it. Inquisitor will be coming for us once he's done. Surely not. Wait, what are you thinking? The best case scenario would be both sides taking each other out. What? You can't possibly be serious. Think about it. Have we really lost that many people to the Sea Terrors? Compared to how much damage the Inquisition has done over the years? But when they come for you, can you prove that you're not a cultist? What are we supposed to do for them? If the Inquisitor can really kill that many Sea Terrors, the only way to avoid suspicion would be to hand over someone even more suspicious. For example, an Aegir linked to the Church of the Deep. Jordy! Thiago about to bust out a stole cage on the sea. That's not nice. He ain't old, just smelled and doesn't take bath. I'm not smelly, Rance. What is this? How dare you? I assure you that I smell like any other knight in the medieval ages. The others have pulled out, but not me. My pullout game is not as good. Both an Inquisitor and the Abyssal Hunters. I've only heard them mentioned in passing by Ayaya. Here on land. That time? Wait, did I connect the bot? Oi! Stop. No. No splash. I told you. I smell exactly like any other knight would in my situation. That's normal. I smell like a normal knight who is very normal. So stop commenting on my smell. Or, my other suggestion is you could smell kind of like burnt ash. Do we have an understanding? Chat? Oh, not that one. Here on land, though, they're not as troublesome as the Inquisitor. Find Ayaya, take her, and deal with the Abyssal Hunters. So sweat, ale, and rust? Maybe. Oi! Why? I don't deserve these bonks. Could maybe... I can move myself into a proper bonking position. Maybe. I'm not sure. Shifts head in agreement. Armpit when? I do not have an armpit pose. That is not in my toolkit. It was sort of on the Halloween model, I guess. You already got that a while ago. Jordy, hurry! Okay, what's happened to the town? Are those sea terrors too? It's the Inquisition. Maybe a High Inquisitor, seeing how he has come to uproot a church hideout all by himself. Sea terrors and cultists have appeared in Grand Faro. There's no explaining this away. Take this, lad. The lamp your father left you. Keep them safe. Hey, you're not a child anymore, Jordy. Fontaine, what the? Fontanarosa. Fontanarosa. I've told you everything. This is your last chance to embrace a new life. I've always wanted to tell you the truth, convince you to leave. But I know, Uncle. You're like a father to... He was like a father to me! Grand Faro is our home. If I leave here, I won't have anything left. It was gonna happen sooner or later. All the young folk want to leave. You're the exception. I'll go with you. Sea terrors are dangerous, but I know how to deal with them. This is our last chance to slip past the Inquisitors, though. What's that sound? The door? Huh? You, not even the sea terrors eat people, but you people have no such qualms. Say something. Who? I don't... Piotr? Manuel? I know it's you, cowards. What's going on? They've blocked the door. What? But why? Because you're an Ager. That's racism. They must have surrounded the place. We'll go up to the attic and leave through the roof. Anyways, I gotta go now. Gotta go have some sleep and commission an artist for Flower Armpit. Have a good one. Great. Have a good one, Keijo. Also, I didn't notice. As a Toho connoisseur, I must request armpits, and if none can be found, you must do it yourself. Yep, they intended to sacrifice Jordy to the Inquisition. Yeah, they were talking about that before. They were like, we should get rid of this other person who's more sus than us. Yeah, Rance, we made the observation that the The cultists aren't very good at hiding themselves. Do I know you? Look at you, Laurentina. What happened to your nun's habit? You looked so good in it. Ah, you found where you belonged, right? The Abyssal Hunters found you, and they want to bring you home. Laurentina. My name is Laurentina. The name of the vast creation's master. What is this vast creation's master? The ocean, or its avatar. Something's not right with your state of mind. You shouldn't be so... Oh, were you awake? When you killed Quintus, for instance. Quintus? You touched the sea, but did not immediately proceed to Hager? I thought you people longed for home. Or do you have somebody on land gently guiding you? Why did we have to reunite under such circumstances, Laurentina? Your hands are so cold. There was a time when there were no secrets between us. Now, though... Spectre! When you remember your name, come and find me. If you still remember this conversation, that is. If your mind is your own, then, I will tell you the whole truth. Farewell, Laurentina. Ah. I suppose that's a way of looking at it. I think the pretty broad accepted definition is any type of, you know, I suppose unfair judgment based on is classified as. I don't know, but she seems to know me. She has no scent. She's not a Seaborn, and at least not like Quintus. We don't have time for her. Clean up the sea terrors and we'll regroup with the captain. How can you tell they aren't from the cult? I don't know. Look for some hood and eat octopus. One of them. Yeah, I mean, you know, I guess there's something to be said that all of them are sort of wearing, like, you know, hoods and stuff. Media tends to oversimplify it. Yeah, I think, you know, because people don't understand things, I guess. For lack of a better way of putting it. It takes a nuanced lens, if that makes sense. In a weird way, I was explaining this to someone earlier this week, where there was a decision to look into some narrative element, but I was like, it really does not feel like we are giving this narrative element enough thought in order to make it feel genuine. So I heavily recommended against not doing it, because it felt like it was not doing it justice. So, anyways. It felt like a little bit of a token decision, and I was like, that's not... I would not like this to be a thing. Please. Thank you. Hey, there aren't any sea terrors around here, are there? Only dead ones. It's so quiet here. Did the Inquisition take care of them? All the better. Man, Kay, like, great. Like, we need to get somewhere. Can we not have random townfolk doing stuff? In Arknights, or was it for something else entirely? It was for something else entirely. It also wasn't related to race, but it was a different thing. I know. Get out of town and don't let the Inquisitors or those bastards catch you. Alright. Keep running north. There's a messenger station there that might still be in operation. Alright. Put some money in your bag. Get out of town. Get out of the country. Alright. Jordy! I'm listening. Thiago's footsteps slow down. He looks on as the young Ager runs desperately down the street. Run! Don't look back! Keep running, boy! That's right. Get out of here and never look back. Don't let them out of this town! You're right, lad. This is our home, and no amount of waiting or complaining will change that. Farewell, my child. Oh, no. Thiago, where's that Ager? Coward. What the hell are you doing? You'll doom us all! We'll be branded heretics by the Inquisition, just like the old days. Are you more afraid of the Inquisition than the Sea Terrors? More afraid of your own people than the monsters? We already lost everything to the Inquisition once. Do you want that to happen again? Snap out of it! Your fist is like rubber. Wait, what's that? They're still here. Ominous slithering sounds. Gotta get back to the chapel. The Inquisitors will protect me. Take that, you coward. Are you mad? Don't you see the Sea Terrors? What about the Sea Terrors? Did Sea Terrors eat Grand Faro? No, it was you people. You're worse than the profound silence. You've slaughtered compassion with selfishness, whitewashed your own cowardice, and blamed the disaster on Ager. No, the monsters. They're getting closer. Screw it, nut job. I don't have time for this. Of course, you coward. When they took Marin, when they took the Ager, you were right there under the banner of the penal battalion. Murderer! Don't think the rest of us are gonna humor you just because you fell in love with an Ager way back when. Come at me, coward! You'll get it from me! Get back here! Damn. Thiago grumpy. Two men become increasingly bloodied as they pummel each other, while Sea Terrors rush by, ignoring them entirely. They look decidedly out of place. Thiago. Uncle Thiago? Uncle? Why? I have to go back. Stop right there, criminal scum. You've God, wait. I don't actually know what it is, what the actual script is. Can't shut up. Stop right there, criminal scum. You violated the law. Pay the court a fine or serve your sentence. Your stolen goods are now forfeit. Alright, anyways. Yes? The last Ager of Grand Faro, the last descendant of Briogan. Brio what? Sea Terrors would kill you and the Inquisition would imprison you. Come with me, I need you. Are you one of them? The ones commanding the monsters? No, I seek a lost legend. One that caught the attention of even the Academy. Oh, hello. Then get your ass handed to you on a silver platter. Then pay with your blood! Yet, his most important legacy is neither a lighthouse nor a ship, but his descendant. You might be the final clue I'm seeking. I don't know what you're talking about. That man Thiago is not your father. Who were your parents? Your grandparents? My parents. They went missing in search of the Eye of Iberia. As cruel as it is, your misfortune is what gives you the chance to become the salvation of Ager. Come with me. I'd prefer to not use force against kin. This is coming out of nowhere. Come with me. What? What's going on here? Quiet, bro. I'm saving your life. Let's go. A smoke bomb. I shouldn't have let you get away. What's the point of running away with him? You know nothing, Liberi. You're right, Ager. There are many mysteries. Who the hell is you? Transgressor? You'll answer my questions or you'll never leave this place. Hope you're smart enough to recognize that fact. Good, looks like we've shaken him off. It was the right choice to grab you when the Inquisitor drew near. They aren't fighting right now, are they? Hello? Oh, sorry, I need to go back to town. Wouldn't recommend it. Most of the sea terrors are gone. But something doesn't feel right. I can't get in touch with Dr. Kalstedt. Immediately southern? He kind of looked like it, though. He had, like, the... You know, he looked more cowboy than the other guy. Why is his brother better than mine? Mine would leave me to die. I don't know. I heard that the Inquisition came to town, and Uncle Thiago was worried I'd be taken away. The Inquisition, huh? What did that guy want with you anyways? Sorry, you don't have to talk if you don't want to. I'll need a bit of time to decide whether to go back to town and find Dr. Kalstedt or get you out of here first. I'll go with you. You sure? Your uncle was so desperate to get you out. If the Inquisition is coming, I doubt I'll be able to escape. Is that duty worth giving up your life for? Huh? What do you... So you're going back to Grand Faro just out of some vague sense of duty, without even a clear goal? Gotta be kidding me. If I were you, I'd leave this place, along with any townsfolk who don't want to get involved. And soon. This isn't like running into a swarm of Rignum slugs while camping out in the woods. I hate to say it, but the ordinary people can't do a thing here. I just feel like there has to be something left for me to do. I grew up here, listening to those legends, gazing at the coastline, reading my parents' notes. I don't want my farewell to be like this. This place is my home.
A satisfying battle.
A satisfying battle. It brought palpitations, even to my heart. You got it in British, Silver Ash. Palpitations or something. This place may have been inhabited by Ager Islanders, as the signboards bear faintly visible patterns distinct from the Iberian style. Now it's completely uninhabited, and when the previous inhabitants left, they lacked the time to even take their supplies with them. Give to me. What's this one? Judging from the equipment remaining amidst the embers, this newly burnt-down house was a secret research facility not too long ago. The Church of the Deep cultists were trying to uncover the secret of evolution. They seemed to possess academic curiosity as well, not just blind faith. Salvage the file cabinet? Please stress my feet. It is acceptable. Hello, Derry, welcome. The documents in the file cabinet escape a fiery face. Okay. Oh, were you only allowed to choose one? Damn. File cabinet holds materials that the Church of the Deep's cultists have many years ago. The promise of an evolutionary end goal is so enticing and so real that it can drive the brightest minds to work toward it day and night, sacrificing themselves. Few lines of handwriting are scribbled onto the file's header. Perhaps a spark of inspiration from the cultists who recorded it. Now you can go back and choose again? Okay. What does it mean to become a part of the cycle of evolution? It means to be truly free from all suffering. Strong words. I think here both are the same. We went for the specimen and got the same thing. I see. The factory has been abandoned for many years. The skeletons of incomplete ships scattered among mechanical giants like corpses rotting in the wilderness, their flesh and blood puckered away. This factory came to life along with Grand Faro itself, Its ambitious builder is certainly able to imagine that things would end here. Search! Pretty much anything of value has already been whisked away, but the collectors over the years seem to have overlooked the toolbox in the corner. Hidden inside the toolbox in the corner are several blueprints and a notepad. The blueprints, signed by Chief Naval Architect Briogan, depict a massive battleship, the magnum opus of Iberia's golden age before Calamity struck. But both Grain Faro and this factory were born after the Calamity, and the ships slated to be built here were nothing more than laughable toys compared to even the smallest in the fleet. The engineers here still carry with them blueprints of things that can no longer be brought into being. Are they meant for technical reference, or are they merely holding onto a beautiful dream? Funnily enough, even this parody of the Golden Age is filled with nothing but corpses. Kinda wish it could give this level of description when I DM my games. Oh! On the long roadside beside the ocean, the representatives of two civilizations speak herein. The cultists are kind of lame bad guys. What's lame about them? I'm curious. I arrived in this new homeland from my maritime home. There is no end to ghastly shock here, not a break in the tragic weave. The clouds are far from as fine as told in legend, and both the land and sky are wrath-bitten and hurting. Cities comparable to Aegir are all but prey to catastrophe. I should mention, by the way, Snow, that, you know, I imagine this writing goes through many iterations, so I wouldn't worry too much about writing like a... I mean, I guess I don't know how often you DM, but generally there's less preparation time than, you know, however long they spent on this event. Moreover, the people of this dry land are plagued by an inscrutable sickness. I had learnt of oropathy of Erignum from many an academy record, seeing it firsthand, though. The truth of how it has become an integral part of the land, its roots deep and stubborn, is made witheringly apparent. Nevertheless, they still tenaciously live, pursue both technology and truth through their unique names, and seek to leave the mark of their continued existence. Though I am lambasted a traitor, I do not regret my decision to come ashore. The seaborne swarm is expanding within a decade. Aegir will find itself besieged with no quarter. But someday, I will complete my travels and return to Iberia. I will leave this memoir behind, for the Aegir to seek and decipher. I have no faith in nobility. I am certain that those Aegir termed islanders today will find Iberia withdrawing its respect for them soon enough, whatever the reason may be. The Golden Dreadnought, the Eye of Culture, the Jurisprudence of Evolution, the Steel of Life, the ocean and land must form a united front to withstand the billowing waves. It was never my intent to serve as a pioneer. All I am is one step ahead of fate. I understand where they're coming from. The seafarers have demonstrated a higher evolutionary and collective potential than humans. I kind of question. Right, you sort of need to pick like a... I don't know. You have to pick a value in order to agree that something is better than the previous thing. So it's like, what are they better at exactly? Dealing elemental damage? They're certainly not better at fighting because they get smoked by all the Inquisitors. Right? So, I'm not sure what better thing evolutionarily they are. Or perhaps some people even value, like, that a hive mind thought is better than individual. Which, you know, Not sure what to say about that. From a copy of the Notes of Briogan, famed Iberian architect and chief shipwright, written in cryptic Aegirian. None of the cultists are really interesting. They aren't really discreet and just seem meh. Yeah, none of them look particular. Like, they're all cultists. But, like, let's remember, right, what the point of being a cultist is for the thing. It's like, they're all just, like, sacrifices to evolution and all that. Like, they're not meant to be named. You know what I mean? Like, they're all just people droning about doing whatever stuff. Right? See you later, Kraus. So I don't know. They're more organized since they have a hive mind, so they're more capable of working in their collective best interests. Yeah, so you're suggesting that it is, like, easier to coordinate when people just all work together. I think it kind of fits that they're so samey because they're a hive mind. Yeah, exactly. They're just like... They're just trying to bring about Thulu stuff. They're all no-names that just are mysterious and bring about horrors. Isn't it how ants work? Could be. But, like, I don't think hive mindism brings about... So, again, like, the claim is that having a hive mind makes it easier to work with everybody all at the same time. But does it produce the best output at the end? It's like, sure, you could have a hive mind of people who, like, just do the same thing and make, like, a mediocre product. But, like, you know, in the field of tacticians, right? Like, the entire point is to incorporate the thoughts of other people, right? It becomes better if there are people who do not think like myself. And it's my job to, like, listen to those people for what their ideas are and, like, find out if it can be incorporated to, like, solve the problem. But a hive mind is only as strong as, like, the highest level of thinking that it can produce. Whereas, like, you're not necessarily thinking on an axis of, what's it? There's no, like, something is better or worse when you're thinking ideas. They're simply different. And being able to parse difference is, like, what can make projects even more strong. So, like, on that basis, I don't think it is, like, valuable, I guess. Just interesting, but yeah, wish we had one notable cultist. Like, it's understandable motivation, even if wrong. Usually the hive mind is the minds of those in it combined. Yeah, I don't really see any evidence that would suggest that there is, like, a linear relationship with the amount of minds that are connected to the hive mind. Like, if you think Zerg, for example, from StarCraft, like, don't they have a centralized hive mind? Those who don't agree are eliminated. That's like a, you know, a way. There have been notable cultists, the main antagonist of Undertides. I see. I don't know if I agree that it's like natural selfishness, Rants. So this is a weird thing to me, I guess. Right? Like, how do I say this? There's a lot. It's kind of like, first of all, I don't think selfishness needs to, like, be related to different life experiences. So basically, what might make the best outcome of a thing, as in, like, best in whatever value we want to place on it, like the best piece of art, maybe, which doesn't always, that doesn't always translate either. But, like, let's say, like, the best that this Arknights event could be. There were a bunch of people who worked on it, right? By sheer virtue of there being people who see the world slightly differently, like, it affects what the final outcome of a thing is. And generally for the better. Because, like, you can only have such a small view of what, like, the world or the final product will be. So having other people helps holistically improve that lens. Right? But you can't have that with a hive mind, because they're only thinking like the one thing. Right? Oh, sorry, Devil's Reach. I didn't see you take off, but have a good one. Them surviving. Their survival ends up being fundamentally unethical, regardless of the arguments on whether or not they are more egalitarian. Do you think we as humans work best when we work towards a collective best interest? Individually, we are weak. I mean, I don't really know, right? I don't think it's important to say that any individual is weak. Or, like, I don't think it's important to agree that an individual is weak. Right? I mean, if you even wanted to put it on that axis. But, like, people are just people. Right? I don't know if I would necessarily say they're weak or strong. It's just, like, different. Like, the benefits you can reap by being in a group are different from the benefits you can have by yourself. Right? They're just different. They're not, like, objectively weaker or stronger. And this is kind of what I'm suggesting with the hive mind thing as well, is that, like, there are different benefits that you reap by being a hive mind as opposed to being, like, a collective of individuals. We get bodied by gorillas when we are alone? Nature destroys us in 1,000 ways? Yeah, but what about guns? An individual can wield a gun. Like, it doesn't necessarily imply that we have to be a group in order to be stronger. Guns were made through collective effort. Yes, but an individual can wield one. Also, certainly whoever originally had the innovation to do so, right, is made by a person. Like, yeah. I think it's important to acknowledge that, like, individuals are important. Because if you assume that a collective is going to solve everything, then, like, you're outsourcing your power to somebody else. Right? Like, you're not acknowledging the things that you can contribute if you assume that your power is solely reliant on other people. Which, like, I just don't feel comfortable reducing an individual to just, like, a cog in a machine. So, I don't know. Weird shower thoughts. It's a flawed way of thinking. How should I say this? Every perspective is incomplete in some way. Right? Like, this is kind of what I'm suggesting. Is that, like, no perspective or lens will ever be 100% applicable to anything. It's the combination of perspectives that can give you, like, a full picture of something. Sometimes you need those perspectives given to you by another person, which is why group effort is important. Sometimes it's as simple as saying, like, more people makes it easier to lift a car. Right? Like, I'm not suggesting that individualism doesn't have flaws, but suggesting that hive mind behavior is inherently better, or not missing its own components, is similarly narrow-minded. It's in not acknowledging that there's value in other perspectives is probably what, like, a hive mind would say. Right? These don't have to be mutually exclusive. I never said that hive minds are preferable overall. I'm just saying I can see how the cultists would see it that way. Yeah, and then I suggested that there's, like, you need to pick a reason why they might be better in order to believe something. Every chain of logic has some, like, value judgment at the core of the logic. Right? Like, you need to have some kind of thing in order to, like, have the logic be correct. So I inquired about what that thing actually is. Whereas, like, I think it's missing way too many things to inherently be beneficial. Okay. So back to reading. I guess we've been going for about 2 hours now, not including the starting of the thing. Oof. Okay. This is a matter between the Aegir. So long as you stand on Iberian soil, the law's watching you, and so am I. What's the relationship between you and those 3 abyssal hunters? You've harmed Scotty. Strange. Surely she intended to avoid combat. Her blood is a special sort, more special than the rest of ours. I hope you've been diligent in cleaning your weapons. I'm the one asking the questions here. And I'm the one who decides whether to answer. I gather the only hunters granted freedom of movement by Lord Carmen, those who declared their interest during the Salviento conflict. Seems it was coincidence you crossed swords with her then. She was hardly weak. Weak? What a naive appraisal. She's just accustomed to dry land. She lacks flexibility. Don't move, Ager. Comply with the High Inquisitor's investigation. The Inquisition has already concluded negotiations with the Hunters. Your every move merely undermines the basis of our cooperation. Cooperation? I advise you to rethink your actions. Inquisitor, how many soldiers like you does Iberia have? That's none of your business. Enough to amass an army 3,000 strong? Then Iberia is still unqualified. You're going nowhere. What? Where did they come from? High Inquisitor, are you alright? I'm fine. That Ager. That was my fault, sir. He easily could have used that chance to take an arm from me, yet he chose to flee. Seems we can't afford to give chase just yet. They're headed for the city. They're hiding in the soil. No. This entire swath of Earth has been polluted. How can that be? Take a good look at that gray land, and that sinister miasma filling it. Yes, sir. And far as not being infiltrated by the Church of the Deep, it's already fallen to them. Prepare to fight head-on. Ensure Lord Carmen is safe ASAP. Who are you again? This fluorescent Nethersea band? It's akin to their own city. I think he spoke a little slower. It beggars belief. They're born from it. They proliferate and migrate through it. Not all lives thirst for independence. It's no wonder these filthy things were able to hide in this town. But who brought them ashore? Well, this is just perfect. And here we thought we could find a little inspiration on our beach trip. Talk about a total wash. Rifts in agreement. The sea's caressing the land. I can tell. This is bad gone badder. Calcit once said the Ager won and that the Abyssal Hunters are the orphans of that battle. But with how things look now, I'm starting to doubt there was ever a win. Oh, speaking of Calcit, did she give us the thing? Yep. Way to beat around the bush. Why didn't she give it straight to that Ager? Gladia. That would have been faster. Rifts in doubt? How far are we? I think we've done like 3 stages. She wanted to use the key to draw us into this, and from that view, she definitely succeeded. Or maybe she was originally planning to make us retrieve or help out with something, and then she changed her mind. Huh? Hasn't she always been, like, 300 steps ahead? What could possibly force her to change her mind? I'm just saying it's possible. Sure, she knows a lot of things, but more than that, she's cautious. If not, how many times would she have died by now? What are you dancing around for, Dan? This chapel would work great for a concert. Scotty? Shark? We wiped out every enemy we could see. Formless wisps of waves are spreading here, as the tide on sandy shores. An inauspicious omen. We should not be here. It seems cleaning up some trash wasn't enough to bring her back to her senses. What do we do? Once this area is spotless, we borrow the Iberian assistance in finding that ship. There are things we don't recognize on their bodies. Perhaps a part of the sea terrors themselves. I've been wondering for a while now. How can they still evolve so fast? How are they still so full of life? Even though we've already... That's precisely the question we intend to shed light on. It is also the reason I was willing to cooperate with Calston. I find it funny that it would block wish I could roll her. I guess that has connotations, but... Yeah, Irene's cool. Dr. Calston. Fine woman to be sure. Rouse yourself, Hunter. Wake up, samurai, we've got a city to save. And this before the sun sinks down. Sea terrors who cannot hear the ocean's call are but inferior life forms. Understood. You, Gladia, you've come. I will listen then. Shark. You find it unwieldy in your hands. This? I often forget the weapon is in my grasp, as if I'm dancing with it. That is your past. It has almost caught up to you. We'll be waiting. You lead a punctual march, Dario. Have you arranged what I asked of you? Yes, Lord. The Penal Battalion is ready to ship to leave for the Eye of Iberia. They've also evacuated the coast and surrounded this town by now. Those misguided fools have nowhere to flee. There's nothing in the fear of those petty villains, but the new threat they've brought forth is an astonishing one. Our technology is able to treat this much pollution, which is only a temporary victory, Dario. And this is Aegir technology, not ours. It's for every second of every minute, every droplet and every grain of the tides beating against our sandy shores spreads the sea terrors and their ecology. How are we to defend our homeland, then? We'll find an answer before that happens. Yes, most assuredly. The Inquisition's also prepared to do battle with the Abyssal Hunters. We will throttle them to death on this remote shoreline. A fitting cemetery. We can only hope they make the wise choice, that Calcic can accomplish what she's pledged to. So this is your apprentice, then? I'm familiar with her from her work. Yes, Inquisitor Irene reporting in, Lord Carmen. They say that when Dario found you in the ruins, a thick tome of classics had lodged itself in the beams of the caving roof. A miraculous equilibrium that saved your life. Yes, sir? Young one, you are here only because Dario is determined that you have the will to rush onto the front line. Yes, sir? There is an immaturity to you, but you are eager to prove yourself. Your body is filled with vigor and tenacity. But your duties in Grand Faro will be no easier than in Salviento. From here on, you will only be plunging ever deeper into the heart of evil. You prepared? For Iberia's orderliness and integrity, I shall raise my sword for my lantern. To me, this motto is more than just a rallying cry. She will be prepared. I trust your judgment, but fate does not often give its people time to prepare. Dr. Calston and I have matters to attend to still. The mission of guiding the Abyssal Hunters back to the Eye of Iberia is now yours. The Eye of Iberia. Inquisitor, what exactly is our task? Establish a camp, safeguard the route, and ensure that our maintenance team can safely reach the lighthouse. That last piece of the Eye of Iberia is 50 noctil miles out from the nearest coast to Grand Faro. Assuming, of course, that it's still where the maps indicate. 15 nautical miles. Once Our fleet could gaze far across the surface of the tranquil sea. But since the profound silence, the ocean has become like a boiling poison, melting all who touch it. This is a daunting mission, but recapturing the final lighthouse is of tremendous importance to our people. Understood, sir. It is for this that we require the Aegir's assistance. You're skeptical. She has been to see the Inquisition's underground cages. So you've witnessed the truth of the Inquisition's search, in spite of the fact it cannot obtain an answer. Go, young Inquisitor. Time will not wait. But if necessary, I'll have you put time itself on trial. Can I join the hive mind? I want ASMR Flar. I think people explicitly didn't want me to perform any ASMR. I did it during the Prey playthrough and then people vomited. Watch out! Get down, Mr. President! You okay there? I'm fine. Sorry, Mr. Elysium. I'm being a drag on us again. I don't mind it. The sea tears. Identical wounds, pounded into holes in 2s and 3s. The style has to be Scotty and the other girls. Flar would just giggle through the whole ASMR stream? Not necessarily. But I also don't have, like, a microphone for it. This town's been wrecked through and through. Haha. Yeah. Whoa, hold it! Objection! What is this? Fluorescent creepers? Floating creatures? Or is it coral? This stuff is covering the whole street ahead. Hold on, something's coming out from the roofs. Get down, Mr. President! Blah, blah, blah. The international nautical mile nowadays is 1.151 miles? It's pretty much just the same as miles. I see. No way, they already have nests here? I thought the Church of the Deep guys just sicked them on the town. Wait, could they seriously have just been born? This many? How fast does it go? Jordy! Oh, I'm here. Ditch, take a 180 and run for it. But they're behind us too, Mr. Elysium. These monsters build nests faster than the frickin' Undertide gloom pincers did? Then it's do or die. Hey, Jordy, find something. Anything. You gotta weaponize. Will this umbrella do? Yeah, sure. Looks like we're in for some rain. Hold on to that thing like you mean it. Pronounce slithering sounds. We need free thinkers to push what's important, like ASMR Flair, even if it goes against the needs of the many. Oh no. Self-satisfied braying. Burn it all, together with the buildings. Well, there's Monster. It would seem Aegir technology isn't necessary to treat the Nethersea brand. Dr. Calcit! Good year in one piece? What happened? And who is this somewhat despondent-seeming Aegir? Outstanding strength, hunters. Sparus here remarks. Let us hasten the topic at hand. Calcit has recently suffered quite the ordeal on your behalf. The aid she gave us will be forever carved into my memory, while what you've done, I will likewise never forget. But this present situation is by her arrangement. This Small coastal town, a simple meeting. Then in honor of our efforts, may we set aside our grievances and begin the discussion. What you seek is Briagen's legacy. You want to find the Stultifera. Stultifera Navis, the ship of fools? Wasn't that the flagship of the fleet wiped out in the profound silence? How many years has it been? What most piques my curiosity is how a foreigner can be so sure it remains afloat. Then from the Iberian point of view, do you believe it to be sunk or not? In all likelihood, it isn't. However, it has not once returned to port. A ship unsunk for over 60 years, yet never returning to Drylands Harbor. Can your people determine its position? We could once, but not now. In other words, Claudia looks to the statue beside them. She has no recollection of such buildings. Perhaps they had already died their silent deaths before she came ashore. The Eye of Iberia. These wonders were once the cornerstone of a magnificent project, but most of the lighthouses that form the Eye perished in the profound silence. Only one remains. It does not belong to you, it belongs to the Aegir. Briogen was indeed an Aegir, and he came from the ocean, but his devotion was selfless. He made ample contribution to Iberia's sea explorations. After the disaster, you let your citizens pour their rage upon the Aegir, upon him. Indulging such folly paints you in an untrustworthy light. Yet are the Aegir able to swear no implication in the profound silence? Walls will be the death of us all. If you two are so determined to continue this conversation, then both Iberia and Aegir are as good as destroyed. Civilizations do not die, they're merely endlessly replaced. But the next time it happens, humanity will have no hand in it. Dr. Galstet, please mind your tongue with Lord Carmen. I do not mind. We've certainly known each other long enough. But is this your usual method, Galstet? Surgically extracting the key individuals from the Gargantuan. I was like, Gargantuan body of fate, setting them down in front of you and convincing them of the rightness of your idea? My idea is simply to save you. Iberia is free to refuse, as is Aegir. If we count the untested young lady, then there are 6 at the table, 3 of each for both the Inquisition and the Hunters. The town square itself is an Iberian marvel constructed by an Aegir. It could not be more appropriate for such a conference. At the very moment, the Nethersea brand is still spreading. The Sea Terrors have built a nest in town, and their existence takes a vastly different form than before. A difference drastic enough to cause alarm. If none present yet recognize the scale of this oceanic threat, perhaps we should really just adjourn. We can watch as the precious time bought by the sacrifices of the Abyssal Hunters is whiled away for nothing. Was our victory meaningful? Of course. Without it, then after the profound silence, Iberia would not even have a deathbed to struggle upon. As for you, Lord Carmen, I hope you can put aside your prejudice against the Aegir. Use your... I'm so very old now, Galsted. Let's get to the point, shall we? I've aged past the inclination to win every argument, as well as the strength to uphold glory through speeches. There's no greater glory than survival, and no one sees the situation clearer than I. You may rescind your words. The Inquisition is willing to fully cooperate with the Abyssal Hunters in finding the lost dreadnought. What was the laugh for? Hello? Good boy? ASMR Flarous is one of those things we will never achieve. Yeah, very unlikely. I would need to be given a very large sum of money. Likely. Carmen saved Flar 30 minutes of Calstit? Thank God, honestly. I have no objections. I would have thought contact between Aegir and Iberia would give you pause. Contact? Ha! You could breathe underwater. You could visit our cities without the aid of equipment, then I would not mind showing you a true display of Aegir's technology. We look forward to it, Madame Consul. A tercio of the penal battalion will immediately shore up several dual-use warships at Grand Faro, establish a camp, and clean up the harbor in preparation. Dario, Irene, go with the Abyssal Hunters. Prioritize securing a sea route to the Eye of Iberia. Pass your judgment on arrival. As you command. Calstit, should time be of the essence, I will prioritize re-establishing contact with Aegir. A voyage to the deep sea is a treacherous affair to us all, but for you, it will be simply a trip back home. You'll find that ship, and you'll find a way back to Aegir. I leave the details to your discretion. Perhaps it will be far in the future when we next meet. So long as you remember our words, we hope that once you've returned, you'll be able to reevaluate all that Aegir has suffered. And let us make haste. Carmen is the voice of the community whenever Calstit goes on her monologues? Yes. Sorry, Dr. Calstit. Ever since the part about the lighthouse, Jordy has been... The Aegir. Perfect. I have much to ask you. Wait. Who are you? I'm a resident of this town. My name is Jordy. There shouldn't be any Aegir in Grand Faro. Our dossier says there are records of collusion between the Aegir and the Church of the Deep. Who are your parents, boy? My parents were lighthouse technicians. They gave their lives for the Eye of Iberia. My house is filled with dusty blueprints. I may have never actually seen the lighthouse, but I want to. I mean, the meaning of my homeland, the meaning of my parents' lifelong struggle, you may not. The Inquisition must interrogate you first. And why should I consider protecting a feeble civilian in a melee? What if he were a descendant of Breogan? What? But he looks nothing like the photographic records of him. Even if it's true, we should be demanding he turn over what's left of his family's legacy. Let the Inquisition take over the research. High Inquisitor? What's your name, Aegir? Jordy. Jordy Fontana Ross Fontana Fatana. Jordy Fanta. Jordy Phantom. Michael told me that. You should know what awaits for you for voluntarily appearing before the Inquisition. I know. Irene? Yes, sir. Seize him. And take him with you. What? That was what you wished for, was it not? Thank you, Lord. Nevertheless, my greatest hope is to see true, enduring cooperation between Aegir and Iberia. Even the longest journey starts with a single step. But we don't have a moment to lose. We will let the Eye of Iberia gaze upon the desolate sea once again. Oh boy. 3 hours yet again. Or 2.5, I suppose. We have gotten through 3 stages out of 8. Let's go, dude. Think we can probably sit through one more cutscene. Out of 10? Oh my god. We're not gonna be able to get to the X stages. There are 10 stages. These would probably be easier if someone else was reading with me. It wouldn't have to read everything. The calamity completely reshaped Iberia's coastline, and the majestic harbor built more than 70 years ago sank into the sea without a trace. Goes without saying that Cold Reef Port cannot hold a candle to it. Though small, it still reserves a few berths for massive ships. In reality, those ships would never return to port. Prepare to board! A few of the small vessels prepared beforehand by the Penal Battalion are moored in the port. When they set sail into the sea for the first time, they'll face completely unknown winds and waves. After the plan to build Grand Faro was put on hold, Cold Reef Port was almost never used. The few voyages in the port's records were mostly small-scale search missions carried out by the Inquisition and the Penal Battalion. Nobody ever returned from those expeditions. Today, this long-since lonely port will finally see off another ship from its embrace. Its crew will set out to find the Eye of Iberia that is still looking out over the ocean. The Penal Battalion prepared the boat in advance. The old dock workers carrying out work he was unfamiliar with, loading the vessel with supplies for the voyagers. The boat slowly left the port, disappearing from the people's sight. The dock worker thought to himself that he might never get the chance to send off another ship in his remaining years. The warehouse holds supplies designated for the next voyage. The only problem, no one knows when that'll be or when it'll happen. Complete? Oh, do I have to do something? During the event, defeat a total of 80 predators. Okay. I think we got everything else, right? Oh, it's the Eye of Iberia. Five stages here, 3 on the next map, and 2 on the last map. I see. Nobody knows why this lighthouse survived the disaster, but perhaps it's because no matter how terrifying the wind and waves may be, nothing can stop people from gazing towards the sea. Iberia's eyes will never close, only be temporarily clouded over. Excluding the training stage? Yeah, so we have 2 more stages in this area. It shuts its eyes, its sweet dream unperturbed for over a decade. Really wish they gave us another stage to play. What's this disgusting floor? What's happening? Is it the Sea Terrors? Thiago. Hiya. What's going on? Didn't you say those Church of the Deep cultists wouldn't show up? They've made a complete mess of the place. Thiago, I came to say goodbye. What? It's about time for me too. The opportunity is hard to come by now. That's all it is. I don't understand. Thiago, the Inquisitors are here. A whole 3 of them. Huh? Jordy is in their hands. Ugh. Don't, Thiago. Jordy came back on his own will. And what can you do against 3 Inquisitors? Does he know what it means to be found by the Inquisition? You've told him so many times that I'd be shocked if he didn't. But that's how people are. Reason might tell us to take every advantage and avoid the opposite, but people are so complicated. You can't judge that so easily. I wouldn't call Jordy a fool for his choice. Now's not the time to argue over morality. This is his nature we're talking about. Character, not morality, Mayor Thiago. There's a certain beauty in human nature. Even time can't deny that. What are you getting at? Do you hate the Inquisition? Aye. The Sea Terrors have blanketed this town, but remember, Thiago, remember. Remember that rainy night when the Penal Battalion charged into town, breaking down doors. The unending screams drowned out the pitter-patter of the rain. Oh. And now? The sea's brand is spreading across town. Have you heard any screams? Have you seen anybody being senselessly slaughtered or hunted down? You haven't. I mean, PTSD is complicated, my dude. I don't know if I would... It's a little more complicated than being, like, It's not happening right now, old man. Right now, all that remains is Grand Faro. Is stillness. Hey, we're on the sea! I never knew that the ocean was so vast. The sea breeze blows past. Jordy cannot believe what's before his eyes. He had always thought the sea's horizon was the sky's end. Not until witnessing this boundless expanse of waves for himself does Jordy, the Aegir, suddenly have a question. Why has humanity never desired to explore this? How could we ever determine our position out here? It's not as if the moons are signal beacons or the stars could be read like a map. Why can't we read the stars like a map? Ask a professional astronomer and find out. Then, if Aegir really is underwater, then how big is it? Bigger than Iberia? There's a handful of genuine Aegir over there. How about you ask them? Yeah, Jordy, why don't you go talk to the cute abyssal hunters? I'm sure there's I'm sure there's nothing nothing weird about that. Can't wait for us to get to the next key points in the story. I can't wait to play a goddamn level. But also fair. They seem like they have their own worries, though. They're all so solemn. Shark, what are you listening to? The wind. There's an offering of kin mingled with the sea breeze. It puts me much at ease. She gets more like this the closer we are to the sea. Even though in Salviento she was so... Do you know why? I could guess, but it would only disturb your judgment. We have a battle before us. Mucho texto for this event? Absolutely. Just because Lyria's at sea. No. No sploosh just because we're at sea. Did you ever attempt to return to the sea after your narrow escape to shore? Of course, I failed. There was no end to them. They surrounded me. I ran out of strength before I could even swim far. I tried so many times. But you're still alive. We are all aware of the changes in our bodies, Scotty, you included. Shark may have suffered some injury, but none of my hunters are so fragile. And she's the same as us. Spectre, once a victim of the Church of the Deep, Erignum, absent in the ocean, has affected her a whole host of ways. Why bring along such an uncertain element? We are going home. It does not concern you. Home? But circumstances in Aegir can hardly be better than in Iberia. Raise your lantern, Inquisitor. Let's prepare to greet our first enemies. Oh, does that mean we're gonna start the battle? Like now? Like right now, we're certainly not gonna start another, like, monologue or dialogue. They're certainly not gonna start talking again, and they're gonna let us play a stage, because it's suggesting that there are enemies here that we can fight, so we're gonna start the stage, right? God damn it, game. One final question. Are there really only 3 Abyssal Hunters? If there were others, I would have long since found them. What compels you to ask? Ominous, slithering sounds. Is this ship's course true? Undoubtedly. Then the sea terrors are becoming more explicitly hostile as we approach the eye of Iberia. That's okay. You didn't have to time out Apple for that. I wish you could untime out people. Seems a bit excessive. The cutscenes have more sword swings than stages. Perhaps. Perhaps that's already their nest. Fighting them aboard the ship would waste far too much time. Scotty, Shark, defend this vessel. Keep an eye on the primitive signal navigation facilities while you're at it. I will enter the sea. I'll go with you. You are stronger in the sea, but so are they. We cannot bleed down there. The risk is too high. What's wrong? Are there monsters attacking again? No, I can't see any. We don't know what's happening under the water, but... Did you accidentally time out Apple or what? That muffled booming. What's going on down there? Is she fighting below? No. She's just moving. She's faster in the water. How can anyone move faster through water than in air? Habit, I guess, or maybe it's skill. They're literally fish people! Sea terrors are following her. She opened up a passage. Irene, take Breugen's descendant and continue to steer. Pick up speed before the enemy surrounds us. They've left. The seas won't be peaceful. If you worry for them, we'd best hurry and finish our business. Flarous is only an outpost to recapture the lighthouse. Retaking it is all that matters. I'm surprised that Iberia can already exploit Acre technology to resist the encroaching Netherseas brand. Regardless, the rate of its evolution is faster than any one scientist's genius. If we seek victory, we must use whatever we can. Even an army, I see. This is an plane? This is a plain, unremarkable town. I was gonna say, man, come on. Proofread your story, Arknights, come on. And then you realize that it's like 70 billion lines of dialogue. Perhaps there are more strategic locations waiting for the Inquisition to recapture them, one by one. More favorable battlefields, grander walls and fortifications. But sometimes it's fine to start with what's at hand. However, many Iberians are still willing to fight to the death against the waves. That is how many soldiers we can field. Let's begin the cleanup. Let's begin the cleanup. That means we're gonna start a battle, right? We're gonna start a battle where we clean up. That's what we're gonna start doing. Oh, hey, look, there's sea terrors. I can fight these, right? Like, we're gonna start fighting them? Oh, God. I need to be back in 2 seconds. I'm just gonna use the flag bearers room. This one. You can have the dramatic music in the background. Alright, I am back. Yeah, I wish you could untime out people that you accidentally time out. Okay. Back to reading. Hey, are we still not there yet? According to the nautical map, we should be at least be able to see it by now. High Inquisitor, we have to head deeper in or else... No. Look up. What? It's nothing but black overhead. I can't see. Nope. No, that's not the sky. I'm guessing this is a lighthouse. They've made it their nest by now. Very close to shore, no wonder their numbers are so great. We can just cut them all down, like before. Yes, like before. Shark? So this is their eye? Why does it feel so familiar? It's been caked in filth for too long, unable to open its lid. I'll clear a path. Jordy, come with us. Okay, I hope I can be of some help. No, there's something only you can do. If you can't, then we'll have to change strategies and prioritize ensuring that the Inquisition's technicians can make it here safely. In the battle to come, you'll have no time to take care of the fate of a soliphistic Aegir. Not as caked as your thighs, but goddamn. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? I swear I'll turn this car around. You seem nervous. Aegir, you don't understand what finally reaching this island again signifies for us. What would that be? Ever since the penal battalion discovered remnant sigils from the lighthouse, we've made 17 attempts to make landfall, 8 of which succeeded in setting foot on this reef. Hundreds of soldiers and 3 inquisitors. No one returned alive. Don't tell me your superior Aegir ethics teach you to respect your heroes, but forsake their memory? The High Inquisitor and I, the Iberians, will hold a memorial for those who died at sea. I do not mean to pick at your morals. All I can say is that in the face of the ocean, we are all alone and weak. Do as you wish, but we are pressed for time. A foot falls on the reef. Colossus hides in the jet black winds. Only by tilting one's head back and gazing far up can one distinguish it from the murky sky. Where's spatula? What spatula? Damn, that's the lighthouse? The Eye of Iberia. Final pair of eyes sealed shut. So tall. The scale of that statue in town has to be wrong. Spectre? I wish I had Spectre. High Inquisitor? This is what we once... It is. My first time seeing it as well. Lighthouse isn't as big as Irene's forehead? Damn. The two remain silent for a moment, dead in their tracks as they look over this vast spectacle that survived only in documents and records. You offer 1 Spectre for 1 Red Scotty? I actually wish I had Sculptor, because the skin? The skin for Sculptor right now is like... It's pretty good. The enduring reality of Iberia goes far beyond what she is taught, Irene thinks. Despite the Abyssal Hunter's ample disdain for them, despite the balance of the nation well and truly crumbling. Despite it all, this lighthouse is an emblem of past glory and wild ambition, of dreams and the domination of the unknown. I don't know why it's auto-blocking all of your messages, Apple. That's super weird. Not my fault she's got the biggest forehead in the game. You can play knots and crosses on that forehead? Bruh. That's so rude. This building, these worn swords and lanterns, these reefs and this ocean. Carve into your heart just what humanity is built in its struggle. Keep it with you forever, at all times. If you do not venerate our sacrifices, our scales are meaningless. Yes, sir. Enter carefully. That forehead is almost as big as those seen in Claymore. I don't even think her forehead's that big. I think her bangs are just small. What are you doing? We have come home? No, not yet. But if we find what Kalsa and the captain are looking for here, maybe we can. Just hold on, we're almost there. Kya! Scotty! Kya! She's got a big forehead because she has a big brain. Oh no. It's too quiet. But it still stinks. I don't know if you realize this, Scotty, but you're all fish people. It's very likely that making it smell like fish is what's going to happen. Yes, the reef is coated in remnant nether sea brand. I can see traces of man-made objects too, rotted for the most part. Lyria paces slowly. She looks up at the tower, standing against the tenebrous sky. I'm just suggesting that fish people do have a smell. Even all the fish people say that they have a smell. The eye of Iberia is directed towards the heavens, as if upon this finite soil, life cranes its neck, wanting to see the future. The nation of the land have done all they can to reproduce Breogan's remaining legacy. These so-called lighthouses are an emulation of Aegir technology through and through. What the... What? No comment, Damien. What can this lighthouse be awaiting, set in this void and empty sea? Does it watch the ocean or the land, I wonder? Captain? I know, within a sea terror nest, the lack of an immediate attack may merely be defensive. The guarding of the den. It's about time they come. For what reason hast thou come? Hey look, there's sea terrors! That means we can fight them, right? We get to fight these? We're gonna go into battle right now and fight them? There's not too many. It's about time they come, Apple. They're waiting. They were anticipating that they would come, like now. Let's see. The coast is already out of sight. Sentimental? No, I just mean we can't bleed here. It'll be extremely dangerous. They can't pierce our skin, so long as you do not cease your dance. These numbers are insufficient to kill us. Surely is just like the statue in town, which means those blueprints at home really were from my mother and father. For the eye of Iberia. You're really itching for a fight, huh? Yes, I want to play the game. My parents were once in this very place. Jordy looked back to the shore. Each and every day his mind went back to his view of this overcast shore, a lifeless gray and hopeless crowd. But look at this lighthouse, he thinks. Uncle Thiago was right. They were all heroes. They were all meant to be legends. The Abyssal Hunters should be regrouping not far from here. They'll be joining this battle too. Don't forget what you experienced in Salviento. Their blood is highly unusual, and Calstit's harshly told us everything. Or hardly told? I didn't read. Understood, so they can't be trusted. What did you see beneath the Inquisition? Seaborn. You should still remember their twistedness, their vitality, and their serenity. In Salviento, the hunters did battle such a monster and emerged victorious. I know that. You've seen the truth, though now you must reassess your past in Iberia. Tear apart the old swimming through your head. Make your own judgments. Yes, sir. Hey, look, it's a creature. Does that mean we can start fighting? They're ready for us, withdrawn to defend their nest. Waiting for the chance to strike, here to drive out the invaders. Majority, report? Right, it's a miracle, really. These control panels outside are still responding, but I'm not sure what theory these things are based on. I'm looking, though. I have all the research notes from home with me in my bag. Be quick about it. I know, it's this one. No, that's not... When did we get wet? Or when did this one get wet? High Inquisitor, they're here. That means we're starting, right? No? No. No, we aren't starting. We aren't starting. Okay. The billows rage forth. Their arrogance surges dozens of meters high, shattering one day after another, succumbing to the reef and the 3 moons. One moon is bright, one moon is dark. These are the moons spoken of throughout time, hung in the sky. The remaining moons come from the intervals betwixt the waves, and at the peak of every crest. The moonlight comes from the title you once believed in. Who the frick are you? Alright, we did it. We have made it to the end of the cutscene. Okay, I was gonna say, swear to God.
Follow me. Forward.
Fire a hand of the saint in the deployed direction, stunning and dealing damage to enemies. I see.
It's my duty to stand here. I'm ready. I'm here to help. Can't you hear the children's cries?
Susume! Ooh, I have to get serious now.
How do I get rid of that person? This? Oh damn, they died immediately. Ling, get him. Some I feel like the strategy isn't working very well. Silver Ash, get him. Nice. Oh, there was another one that I didn't notice. Well then, let's I take it back, I don't actually want to play the stages. Oh no. Oh.
See, the light of my heart will be the judge.
Damn, evasion rate is pretty annoying. Does true damage avoid evasion rate?
Mission accomplished.
Where is this? It's blemish. Guys. Guys, it's blemish. Is that morning already? Oh my god, she's winking at me. I'm dead. The operator's equipment was a lot more seriously damaged than we anticipated. Still, the fact that they managed to save so many people from the catastrophe is a testament to how amazing they are. Got a chin up as well. Granny! Granny's great. I don't know if you've seen it, but there was like a Granny comic that was like what was it? It's like, stop! I will defend you from this beast. And it's like, who's talking? And then it's just a small granny being very ferocious. Hi, Maria. I'm here to pick up an order from the engineering department. Oh, Granny, just a moment. Let's see, where did I put that? Sorry, I haven't tidied up this place for a few days, so it's a bit of a dump. Sure looks more like a proper Casimir workshop than last time I stopped by, huh? What's this? A novel? The Last Night. What's that doing here? Did it get stuck underneath the blueprints? When I was flipping through my boxes and drawers yesterday, I was wondering where it'd gone. The Last Night? It used to be my favorite book. My sister gave it to me as a gift when I was little. A novel from Casimir, then? Mind lending it to me? Sure thing. So, that's where the book on arts unit theory ended up. Sorry, Granny, this might take a while. I can bring it over to you later if you'd like. Don't worry about it. It's not urgent. Just means I get to stay on Rhode Island a bit longer this time. I'll just be over here reading to pass the time. I'm really, really sorry about this. The Last Night. The title is as pompous as it is cliché. Cliché! What happened to this E? Why is this one larger? What is this? I know it's got an accent on it, I'm just like, but it's like a different type set. There have probably been hundreds of books written about the Last Night, the Swiftest Night, or the Strongest Night. But seeing how the Radiant Knight gifted it to her own sister, surely there must be more to it than that. With that thought, Granny opens it up, only to find a bookmark wedged inside. Written in wobbly Casimir letters is a line that may well have been copied from the book. If you deem the waves to rack us, then command the ocean to be still, huh? Blemishine is a cute knight. Yes. Also, wait. If you're saying that they're the cutest knight, then what about me? Got something to say, Apple? Talking shit? Legend has it that the Last Knight returned to Iberia. Enemies reflected in his eyes were not living creatures, but rather he charged at the mountains, the cities, and the waves. Show me your cutest face. Good night, mate. I'm very tired today, so I can't stay any longer. See you soon. Right, see you later, LT. What would be a cute face? What if we I think that's pretty cute already. But what if we like what if we added like, was this one? Like this? Yeah, like that, right? That's like cute, right? Was that did that do it? Was that good enough? No, not the bonk. Stop. Stop it. I will hide. You've been dodged. Ah. Look up with your mouth open. I already did that. We already did it. Wait. I was trying to think if there was any other things I was supposed to put into that face. Was it on this side? This one? One? Huh? No. Ooh, was it maybe one of these? Huh? Nope, not that. It's not that one. I don't think it's any of these. Oh, that's the stomp. Alright. I think I don't have enough vertical eye movement to be able to make that face, I'm gonna be honest. The funny sneezing face. Go to the 50th cutest knight out of the list of 50 knights. So pretty cute. Honestly, that is a bannable offense. That's what I'm gonna say. Scratch that 55 out of 55. Damn, I can't believe it. Not even on the list. Legend has it that the last knight finally disappeared after clashing against the great waves. His family discovered what he had left behind along the shore and brought it back to the land of knights, burying it deep in the mountains. Legend has it that his or her story was brought to light by a poet. Embellished, sung, given both meaning and symbolism, and in this form, they did finally return to the land of knights. It's a highly controversial figure. However, there are some who believe that the Mad Knight triumphed over the ocean, over time, over death itself, that his quest continues until the end of all things. What are you? The knight does not answer, his deathly gaze is fixed on Gladia. However, she quickly realizes that he is not actually looking at her. He stares only at the key in her hands. The knight opens his mouth as if to speak, but only a shriveled rasp comes forth, like the sound of muscle tearing. He began to take a step forward. Or begins to take a step forward. Where did you get that key? Oh, I didn't intend to pry into Rhode Island's internal affairs. But that is Briogan's legacy, passed through the hands of the four Furnamuts to once again return to that abyssal hunter. By pure coincidence, one of the hunters found it in Casimir. Or Casimir. Casimir? What a distant land. Still remember journeying with my mentor to receive an envoy from the land of knights, and secretly overhearing a few Silverlands campaign knights describing their ideals. I hear the country has changed considerably since then. For better or for worse, every political entity has undergone similar changes in our current era, but that has nothing to do with Iberia. We're like ensnared beasts. Should we struggle, we suffer and bleed. Should we give up, our lives are forfeit. Before we unmask those still human traitors, I have a new question for you, Kalstead. No doubt you've already realized this, but that child couldn't possibly be Bragan's descendant. The Inquisition would not have missed such a vital clue. So why would you still condemn him to a meaningless death? Whoa. More sea terrors. High Inquisitor. Their numbers are increasing, but none of them showed up until we reached the lighthouse. Sir, I found a way to open the main door. But the Eye of Iberia's core facilities are at the top of the tower, and it's very tall. The lift mechanism isn't working either, so we can only get there by foot. High Inquisitor, we need more time. Take the Aegir with you. There's no time to spare, Irene. Aye, right away. Wait, hold on. Slithering sounds intensifies. Oh, are they here? No. The lantern's flames are flickering. Something has stepped into my art's domain. Oh, is it the night? They're scared. Strange, these things have never shown signs of fear before. Confusion, then? But what could be the cause? High Inquisitor raises his lantern high, and the Sea Terror in turn retreats into the shadows of the reef. When he looks around once more, he notices the reef is littered with corroded and broken weapons, soaked with the fresh blood of monsters. Arms belonging to the Inquisition. As his mentor Carmen had said, it is not as if the Inquisition had never considered reclaiming the sole remaining lighthouse. Welcome back, Tere. Being unaffected by the profound silence, it's been quite well preserved. Even so, the Inquisition has never made a serious attempt to retrieve its own eye following the silence. This place used to be a spectacular overlook, a breathtaking unobstructed view of the entire city. It had been manned by Iberians, day in, day out. You've taken it as a feeding ground, building a nest for your spawn without permission. Yep. Emotions. Long-lost emotions, from soldier to inquisitor, and finally, to one who sees the truth. He has been tempered, lost and reforged anew countless times, and thus, Dario became one of the few High Inquisitors in Iberia. Only a single word separates an Inquisitor from a High Inquisitor, but that single word is the difference between heaven and earth. He used to regard himself as resolute as steel. For Iberia's enemies, his lantern would flicker, his saber would glimmer, and every line of the scriptures would be put into practice. But now, he feels a type of strong emotion welling up within him. One not solely a product of law and justice that is preached. After acknowledging its rationality, High Inquisitor Dario accepts the fact he is truly experiencing grief and anger. His hand cannon takes aim at the Sea Terror, yet his eyes are directed towards the sea. Quick emotional damage, then get your octopus meal ready. One feels pain, they all do. When you die, mankind may thrive. These words are not a part of our laws or scriptures, but rather yours, survival of the fittest. Right here. It's just as the records say. Lighthouse relies on the power source located at its base, and the core column is divided into several areas. The console on this floor controls what? Signal recording? We should be able to put that to use later. But for now, we need to prioritize powering the entire lighthouse. Let's continue. Hopefully all goes well until reinforcements arrive. What's wrong? Donna? What does this mean? Word? Irene? It's nothing. Probably my imagination. Maestro, the High Inquisitor, is keeping guard outside. We'll be fine. Alright, after we restart the lighthouse's power system, we should be able to use the lift as well. That way the others will be able to catch up as soon as possible. So let's hurry. Oh. That was funny. Little refresh bug there, I think. On the bus, see you later? Okay. See you, Rance. There's something odd about him, some kind of lingering scent. But what is it? The scent of another land. Nothing you'd be interested in. He's without doubt a seaborn, but not the same as Quintus. How is it possible for so many land creatures to become seaborn, though? They shouldn't have frequent contact with the ocean. With no way to communicate, we can do nothing but let his body lose all function. He's about to attack! Knight suddenly seems to vanish in place, but for the senses of an abyssal hunter, catching him is hardly a challenge at all. With his speed, he opts not to attack them, but instead leaps high into the air and bounds towards the lighthouse with a ferocious roar. What was that? Don't panic, keep climbing. Complete our mission. Rekindle this lighthouse. Right. These vibrations. Are the walls coming under attack? How is that possible? Already dozens of meters above ground. Do the sea terrors have some sort of cannon? Maybe some massive creature? But other than the tremor just now, I haven't noticed anything. Maestro! The knight lifts his head and looks up. The lighthouse did not budge an inch. He shakes his twisted weapon disapprovingly. This long spear, once the creation of a master craftsman, is now inundated with the scent of the depths. He does not see the one standing in his way. The knight bends his knee again, intending to try once more. What are you doing here? You contemptuously provoke Iberia. Trespass upon restricted areas and damage a precious heritage site. Just look at yourself. Do you even have a single shred of human-born dignity left in you? Dignity? Seems your vocal cords still work at least. Sea doesn't need... Crush the waves, trample the sun and the pain. Things should not remain the same. The great tree takes root in this land. Your stance, your grey armor, and that spear. You're from Casimir? I am. Knight! I am Knight! Slithering steel, ocean's waves. Lifting the lantern won't do anything. There's no sign of any other ships coming. The Florence and Nethersea brand ignored him. He may well be the source of the sea terror's panic. Then, is he actually seaborn disguised as human? You seek to destroy the Eye of Iberia? The Inquisition won't allow it. So hell. Now. Good evening, Mr. Knight. Where are the other two? The others? They're currently having a little chat with Mr. Knight's friends. So a fight broke out not far away. Seems like it's a clash of civilizations then. It has nothing to do with me, though, so I came over here. You're different from how you were back in Salviento. Also, now, how you were when we met in Gran Faro. You're always changing. The seawater is sobering. Even the slightest breath of air brought in by the ocean breeze. Although, I do want to return to the sea's embrace, but Scotty stopped me. My little Scotty. She's so scared, but of what? Maybe the spooky night person with the big spear? I don't know. What's going on right now? I need Gladia's explanation all the more. Mr. Knight, good sir, return to your sweet slumber deep in the abyss. We are not enemies. The knight ignores Laurentina, who murmurs as if singing. As for the enemy who just dealt him a heavy blow, the knight only tilts his head slightly before quickly snapping his attention back to the towering lighthouse. Alas, how tragic. Language can no longer reach your ears, just as those clouds cover your eyes. Even in your madness, does your will still drive you forward like clockwork, compelling your body to advance? Come then, Storm, let us share this dance. I found it, the main control panel. How's it looking? I'm not too sure. This is more complicated than what's on the diagrams, and we've never actually operated these things before. That sound again. What's going on outside? Perhaps we're still underestimating the dangers we might encounter here. At this rate, holding out for the penal battalion tacticians might be... No, even if reinforcements arrive, the sacrifices required to repair the lighthouse under these conditions are akin to setting up camp under the crosshairs of a high-speed warship. Jordy, you're a civilian in a part of Iberia. For now, I won't ask where you came from or about what happened in Grandfaro's past. We're in a race against time. Right now, this instant, try your best to ignore all the information of the Eye of Iberia as you can. Meister and I will protect this tower, and we... Alright, I've managed to retrieve the logs. The panel is still responding, and the energy module underneath the tower is still functioning. You act fast. Commendable. What's next? How long would it take to reboot the entire lighthouse? I'll see what I can do. Even though I know the people out there are fighting against those sea monsters, I still have to say this. As long as the panel is still responding, it shouldn't be too hard to restart it. I've read about this in the notes my parents left behind, but this would be my first time actually operating something like this, so it's still a bit of a gamble. Either way, it takes time. We should probably guard this place, right? Don't look down. Keep moving forward.
Flawless victory! I was pretty good, wasn't I, Doctor?
That's up for debate, Myrtle. That took a long time. Okay. Control room. It's the lighthouse the Elder spoke of. The Eye of Iberian Geordie's dreams. These corridors, stairs, and panels may once have been tread upon and touched by his parents. Geordie tries to feel an aura of familiarity from them. Countless times he has sketched his parents' likeness from his imagination. The way they would shuttle between lighthouses, those few notes left behind correspond to reality line by line. Perhaps their bones are still interred somewhere in this lighthouse. The thought makes Geordie shudder. Now he stands at the same place, his hand covering the same control panel. Where, then, will fate take him? Geordie decides not to think about these things. He must accomplish his duties, irrespective of his identity, his worth, or his beliefs. Geordie stands here for the sake of his unrealistic dreams, and though he may be anxious and uncertain, the one thing he is not is lost. Cool. We get a Geordie.
So, you're the Doctor. Pleased to meet you. My codename is Lumen, and I will now be serving as a Rhodes Island operator. Even if I can only bring you a thin filament of light, I will give all my strength.
A little less breathy than I said, or said for him. The small cottage still holds onto signs of life. When the calamity struck without warning, the guards stationed here were never heard from again. But now, more than 60 years later, there is still a guard staring out the window at the sea. His body has long since decayed and his eye sockets hollow, but duty is nevertheless duty. Drawers. Upon opening the drawers, the keeper's belongings can be seen neatly stowed inside. By the looks of it, someone had fastidiously tidied the place. There's a broken dagger in the drawer, no doubt having been in a brutal fight. There is also half a pack of tobacco and no matches to go along with it, which must have disappointed the original owner. Been watching on my phone while finishing some work. Finally just finished it. Well, welcome to the chat. I don't know how much longer I can keep going. There are also a few arts units here which have fallen apart with no signs of having been repaired as much as possible. Additionally, there's a photo, effaced by the passage of time, that is now completely unidentifiable. A small communication terminal is located here. The knob that adjusts its frequency band worn shiny smooth. There are still a few pieces of weathered jerky of unclear origin. Cool. Small cottage. I'll flip through the diary. One day the sound waves swept through everything, and they found themselves trapped here in the middle of the ocean. At first there was fear and panic, then there was an attempt to escape. Finally they accepted their fate. Even when dignity, civilization, and all that humans are meant to rely on are cast aside, it is not all that difficult to survive. Whenever one falls in their duties, they become nutrients for another to continue the vigil. The text on the last page of the diary is smudged with water, now barely legible. All that we do, even sin and blasphemy, is not for the sake of our ultimate victory, it is for the hope that our defeat can be slightly delayed. Damn! Just wondering if I missed any of the treasure chests. There was like one, but that's a particular unlock condition. Alright. I think someone said there was a cutscene before SN5? Do you think if I pressed start practice, if it would skip past the the story temporarily? Yep, there's the cutscene. Alright, I'm curious now. For me it is 5:85. It says 54, but it's close enough, okay? Can't wait any longer? What Calcit said was true, then none of us can really afford to wait around. Even while we walk this land, we are still part of the sea. Those corrupted descendants are in the process of changing the environment. In time, none of us will be spared. All we're doing now is sitting around waiting for the end to come. We're not the only ones sitting around, though, and everyone's reasons are different. Think about it more broadly. Who knows? Maybe these lands aren't suited for our survival. Rifts in agreement. Not harmonious enough. There's something I want to try. Time to mix it up. All for the tunes. Riffs in agreement. So what exactly do you have in mind? Well, we're not exactly accomplishing much over here. Just treat it as a little pre-concert workout. Don't swim too far out, Frost. Don't swim too far out, Frost. A workout? Huh? What about the rest of you? I think I'll pass. Too lazy. I can feel the inspiration on its way. It's so close, just a little bit more. Alright. Riffs enthusiastically. I'll be off then. Oh, what did that woman and the Inquisitor do? How could they so easily erase the gift of the sea? Aegir. It must have been the Aegir. What the Aegir left behind. Those strange machines, they must be destroyed. Hello, how's your day going? It's going alright. I sure wish I could be fighting the boss right now. Because people said it's challenging, so I want to fight it. And we're only halfway through. I don't even know if we're halfway through, because the cutscenes could be exponentially longer on the latter half. That's right. How are you doing, by the way? The penal battalion has this place surrounded, and we failed to break through. We've nowhere to run. But our exalted prophet has returned to the sea. All that's left is to pave the way for her. If they seek to hold back the tide, then let them dash against the rocks. My life is but one brick in a lengthy road. Don't panic, it's just me. Why haven't you taken refuge yet? Mayor Thiago, I was drunk and cold, out cold as a gloom pincer. I didn't hear anything. You're doing really bad. I've been awake for 39 hours and I'm depressed. Nice stream, by the way. I see. Do you have any solutions to being awake for 39 hours and being depressed? Or are you just hoping? What happened here? Has the Inquisition sent anyone yet? What's going to happen to us? That the Great Ocean's not guilty of any crime. But the Inquisition does not agree. They control the so-called law and have condemned us as sinners. Soon enough, the sea terrors will return to the ocean. But I cannot allow the Inquisitor to condemn Grand Faro to Delph like that. Welcome, Folger. What are you talking about? Have you gone mad? Mad? I'm not the one who's mad. I simply need to know. What can we do before the Inquisition destroys this town and rounds us all up to stand trial? An Inquisitor has already arrived. I saw that clearly when hiding in a little alley. I never seen one that old before. They gave me the chills. What are you going to do then, Thiago? Go up to them and try to reason with them? We'll have to choose sides again, right? When the Aegir were taken away, most people looked on just like that. They had a chance to stand up for them, but no one stepped forward. Thiago, you... Now we have another chance. Either watch the Inquisition put everyone in Grand Faro on trial, or... Have you lost your marbles? Inquisitor! Hey, Inquisitor! He can handle us all without raising a hand. Take me to them. What are you talking about? Drop the act? How long do you think I've lived in this town? Alright, follow me if your goal really is to take revenge on the Inquisitors. Just what are you up to, Mayor Thiago? Almost there? This has already taken too long. Sorry. It's not your fault. It's mine for not having enough patience. Inquisitor, if you're worried about the others, you can go help them. I think I can handle things up here. The Inquisitor gave me an order to protect you. As I've seen, or as you've seen, those monsters are everywhere. I can't just leave you alone. But I don't want to be what's holding you back from joining the battle. As long as you can light up this tower, the High Inquisitor will have made the correct decision. I simply defer to his judgment. I understand. Did your knowledge of the Eye of Iberia come from your parents? Yes. Or more precisely, it's the sum of all of Grand Faro's past. They gathered all the best lighthouse engineers in all of Iberia, or at least that's what my uncle told me. The territory used to be demarcated by the Inquisition, until it was abandoned after a string of incidents involving the Aegir and the Church of the Deep. I'm not trying to reopen old wounds, but I've been thinking. Before I left, I read the dossier about the sentence handed down at the time. No, never mind. Do you hate the Inquisition? To be honest, if there's anything that always hangs over the heads of the people back home, other than the ubiquitous dark clouds, would be the word Inquisition. The town once glimmered, giving us confidence to rebuild our homes. The workers and engineers gave everything they had to fight the disaster. The Inquisition took everything before it even struck. Wow. And do you still believe that today? It's the place I grew up in. Everything I've ever seen or heard has only reinforced that lesson. And I'm sorry, ma'am. You are simply stating your lived experiences, citizen. It is your actions that will prove your loyalty to Iberia. Still, I'm astonished you had the guts to say all that in front of an Inquisitor. I never would have dared, but your forehead is just so large that you're simply extremely unthreatening, Miss Irene. For the longest time, it only appeared in my dreams, nothing more than a sculpture sitting in the plaza. Everyone in Grand Faro who came before me has passed us all down. Our duty, what we must do, it's all surging through me right now. But you keep distracting me with that enormous forehead. Ma'am, you see something glimmering at the base of the lighthouse? Something blue and sparkling like stars. That's my forehead! They should make a stage on that thing? Jeez. What would it be like if I put my bangs up? Would people start making fun of my forehead? You only cared about the lighthouse. Why? Why do you cling to it so? Even the stalk of wheat consumed by silence. Agitated, slithering sounds. He can speak, but not command his kin. Sea terrors are in disarray. Let's put an end to this. What a surprise, Mr. Knight. You're not moving like you were before. Those are human movements. Charging wind-up, unique to Kuranada Knights. Who exactly are you? Knight continues to ignore his two opponents. His tension is solely on the third. Even with his attack, the towering lighthouse does not even shake. If even the profound silence failed to destroy the eye, what chance does a lone knight have? Bewilders him. It pushes him to try even harder. A raid across a hotbed of decay. The tide's unending. I'm assuming the lighthouse is bad. You're injured. The sea terrors are drawn to you. So it appears. Got a little scratched up on accident. Step aside. You're no longer fit to fight. Dario's eyes quickly dart around the abyssal hunter in front of him. Her movements had paused unnaturally a few times during the previous clash. He's heard reports about her. She was involved in the Salviento experiments, but the woman who stands before him is completely different from the one who emerged from that fierce battle. Who was she, and who is she now? If hardly touched you, yet you seem barely able to stand. Maybe an illness you contracted in Salviento? The scent of the sea is rather intoxicating, that's all. Knight, comrade, why must you gag on the air and endure the heat or taste the fruits of civilization? Energy, long lost, floods through the pipelines and into the broken body of the Eye of Iberia, prying open its eyelids. It has awakened. The entire island whispers the groans of its first light. Slowly it shakes off its winter, as if waking from centuries of hibernation. The cycle of existence does not belong to the sea. The knight lifts his head up, gazing up from the shadow beneath the great lighthouse. He is perplexed. That is not the monstrous waves. Where are they? Without drawing a single breath, as naturally as a shadow slants in the direction of the light, Spectre brings down her weapon. But the humanoid seaborn in front of her avoids it, with logic-defying explosive force. In midair, the knight looks far out into the distance. He is listening for the coming new waves, and he will break them. Don't know what all that was. Ooh, sea dragon. Cool. Chase. Turns out Mr. Knight is afraid of the light. Don't pursue him. He's not the only seaborn like that out there. Our only duty is to defend this lighthouse. He has only lost interest in the lighthouse. I don't care about the motivations of monsters. Are you saying I'm also a monster? You? You're undergoing a transformation. I don't know whether this is something that happens with every Abyssal Hunter. But if necessary, this reef will be the last bit of land you'll ever step on. You'd still call this land, when we're clearly surrounded by the ocean? Disaster changes coastlines, not national boundaries. Every last centimeter of land swallowed by the profound silence is still subject to the laws of Iberia. Laws. A virtuous word. Yet not all creatures recognize this virtue. Ready your blade. Is it just you, or is it lagging really bad right now? I'm not sure. I think my connection looks fine. Wait. Stop. Stop. No splash. We're already at sea. There's already enough splashing. Just a little bit more. Hurry up, then. If this drags out any longer, the lighthouse will be swallowed up by the nether sea brand. Ran into a little bit of a hitch. One of the auxiliary structures might have been damaged, but it would take too much time to investigate. Just booting up the core facility will suffice. We still have to retrieve the flagship's coordinates, ideally re-establishing a connection with the line running along the coast. I know, but those things might be even higher up. Then keep going, hurry! Oh, I have to stay here. Turning on the lighthouse is as simple as pulling the most conspicuous lever, and I need to stay here and oversee the power system rebooting. You should go, ma'am. What? But if you're attacked by a sea terror that slipped through the net, we'll all... I know, but I don't want to come up one step short. Not now. Those monsters. They only lashed out against humans because we invaded their nest, right? If that's the case, they won't keep destroying the facilities. If anything, getting into a fight will only make... Oh, if anything, getting into a fight will only make things more dangerous. So you should keep climbing instead. Conspicuous lever, right? Yeah, it should be obvious. Flip that, and then at least the main facilities, including the lighting equipment, will start up again. Assuming what the log said is correct. Alright. I'll be right back, Jordy. The console, well, this is it. Nothing on the outside is visible from within the tower. Could the I really wish I could pronounce this. Stultifera. Could the Stultifera really not have sunk? How are they supposed to find that great dreadnought? Is it too late for the penal battalion to come to their aid? Is Irene's forehead too large? Is this cutscene ever going to end? Just by pulling down the lever in her hand, all these questions would be answered. Irene should have been conflicted. She had accepted too much, learned much of the sea, and seen it all with her own eyes. Now's the time. I hope you're ready, Irene. Dazzling light penetrates the ocean, piercing through everything. The light will lead the way. The light can dispel the darkness. It worked! Hey, Jordy, did you see that? We did it! Oh. Do you appreciate the sea? It's gotten better now? It was just freezing and repeating over and over for a little bit. I see. That's weird, considering I didn't see my connection failing at all. I didn't think you still had it in you to appreciate this sculpture. The Eye of Iberia, the offspring of a marriage between Ager and Iberian technology. On land, each nomadic city can only seamlessly communicate within its own walls. Between cities, however, it's like crossing a moat. No system of communication can resolve the interface caused by iridium-rich zones. The solution is to set up base stations that are at constant risk of being destroyed by catastrophes. Here, some countries have already adopted the technology of mobile base stations that navigate on a fixed route between cities. Their engineers are no different from those who guarded our lighthouse. Even today, humans still stumble across this gray land, blindly grasping for clues. We must still grope our way across Terra in near total darkness. Flower punching himself so he can finish the event. I was thinking of finishing this section and then stopping. I think this is probably, like, this is the last reading I could do. But what of the ocean? There's no iridium in the ocean. The Aegir's communication technology vastly surpasses anything we have on land. The Eye of Iberia is not just a set of lighthouses. It is, of course, Iberia's vision. Very few people know that it was left to us by Breogan as a microphone to connect all of Iberia. It's been a while, sir. Your work was invaluable in allowing the Inquisition to respond so quickly to Dame Kalstad's proposal. How about you? Have you enjoyed your time in Gran Faro? Compared to the other cities where our colleagues lay dormant, this place can hardly be considered dangerous. Alright, Rav, you're gonna get some sleep. Take care. Have a good one. So what have you found here? My sincere apologies, sir. I doubt I know much more than you or the Dame. Dame? The Dame Dane? Dame-yo? The order given to me by the High Inquisitor was to monitor Gran Faro for more potential enemies. Those who would violate our laws and desecrate our country. My conclusion being, no, not for the time being. When the Church's cultists appeared, you didn't notify your team in time. Correct. I determined those cultists to be important and took advantage of the Penal Battalion's withdrawal as a prime opportunity to go after their true mastermind. Did you find them? Are there more false bishops presiding over the sea's invasion of the land? Without concrete evidence, I can only speculate as to who their leader is. But Mayor Thiago, a worker from the Iberian hinterlands, is nominally the mayor of this town. Since the Eye of Iberia project was scrapped and the Inquisition made quick work of the traitors in Gran Faro, it's been no secret that he has been a pointed critic of the Inquisition. Thiago. One of Gran Faro's laborers sheltering the cultists. It would seem we have our next target. Dame Kalstad. There's one other thing. Lord Carmen, the Penal Battalion, seems to have come under attack. What? They invested a tercio just to quash the evil withering in Gran Faro, to the point that it's a rare luxury to see even a single badge. What could they be up against? The Nethersea brand has seeped through the ground to the surface, drawing a circle roughly 50 kilometers around Gran Faro. And it's a perfect circle, almost as if it was drawn with a compass. It's not the town that's been surrounded, though. It's us. Whoa. That took 20 minutes, just for the record. 22 if you want to be precise.
Let's go!
Oh. Spawns Nethersea brand at its location when defeated. Increased resistance. I wish I could drag them off the thing, no?
my duty to stand here. Can't you feel the city?
Don't you love
crumbling
22-minute
away?
long cutscenes before you start playing the game? I told myself I wasn't going to complain about the cutscenes before I started. But goddamn.
ターゲットロックオン。ロック18号アタックシーケンス。今日の音声はあんたたちほんと
Should I maybe destroy them there?
Can't you feel the city's crumbling away?
Very well. What are you planning? What are you planning?
Good scenery here, Doctor.
Are you winning?
See the light
I'm not sure.
We'll be the judge.
I don't know if I'm considered winning or not.
戦場それは変わらない。大地こそが我が
I'm not sure what the best way to deal with this mechanic is, by the way. It seems rather difficult.
私に続け。いつでも行けるよ。私たちの故郷が私たちで守れ。大地こそが我が友。
I'm not sure if that's considered winning. They just used a flashlight in Irene's forehead. They could have had the same effect as the lighthouse. Do you have a berry or a chestnut? I don't know what that means. I do not know the best way to contain the thing. Mulberry, honeyberry, and chestnut. Oh, I don't think so.
Compassion saves no one on the
I
battlefield.
don't think I have any of those.
It's my duty to stand here.
Or if I do, they're not
Your
leveled.
orders, please. Your orders, please. Can't you hear the children's cries?
進め。
I do kind of wish there was a better way to interact with elemental damage, outside of using a unit that says it interacts with elemental damage. Just a little bit.
奴らが災いを生み出し戦争を引き起こした元凶なの。前に進むぞ。
連綿たる山々となれ。ご指示を意志を堅固にするは規律。連綿たる山々となれ。指定の座標に到着。
Not sure how lenient the backseating policy is. I'll ask for help if I need it.
アーツユニット。
I prefer for people to not backseat.
Your orders, please. You'll never ever notice the
Oh,
hideous
God.
grins of conspirators.
大地こそが我が友。
Well, this is kind of the problem, isn't it?
Don't step into the shadows. I'm ready.
Very well. Made up your mind?
Oh,
What are you planning? Thy please.
ちょうど完了しました。
God. More story. Hopefully this one's not too long because this is going to be our last scene. We're almost at our destination. What? You'd never would have reached the Stultifera in one piece without me. The children of the sea would have ripped you apart, crushed you, or bound your limbs as they dragged you off to their nest. You're not like Quintus. What might could you be talking about? My skin? This sack of flesh? It took me 11 hours to read the entire story and digest it. That is a lot of time. The thing is, I have to read all of it out loud, which makes it slower, probably. None of that matters. What are you trying to accomplish? And what are you trying to accomplish, Hunter? Your kind already loathe your enemy while simultaneously doubting the purity of your own blood. But still, you pretend to be calm. What are you trying to get out of me? Silence. A wise choice. Aegir are not a sociable lot, it is known. But it seems there are exceptions. Or are you still a bit of an unpopular grump? I can answer your question. Quintus wouldn't, nor will other humans, but the Seaborn will, like heralds. We come to understand things. We're not limited by the way humans think. I'd probably estimate at least 20 to 24 hours reading aloud. Christ. We're on the 5th. And this is the 2nd? I mean, this is the second stream. I don't know, do we... Like, we're going into to like 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Like, there's 5 more. I wish there was... What if we skipped every other line of dialogue? Do you think we'd miss a lot if we skipped every other line of dialogue, or would we be able to read the context? I don't need your riddles. Before coming here, I was in the midst of translating a literary classic from Ursus. It was about race and nations, about history. I was putting it into Iberian and Victorian. Take a look, Mr. Hunter. Ulpianus's gaze follows the woman's hand, its eyes subconsciously drawn towards the ocean. A pitch-black sea, dense with dark clouds. Oppressive, and yet a vague outline of the starry sky is visible. Even the Aegir rarely took across the ocean from the water's surface. Different races, different countries. The land is fractured into every sense, and its conflicts are never-ending. But when you look over the boundless sea, do you see anything representing those divides? These damn monsters. Jordy, are you alright? Get away from me! Seems like activating this facility has made these poor creatures realize that this place doesn't make a very good nest. High Inquisitor! Keep ascending, Aegir. Your hands are for wielding tools, not fire and steel. The plan is unchanged. Go with Irene and find what the Inquisition and the Hunters are seeking. I know, please be careful. I don't know how invested you are into the lore, but Ayaya just basically called out the rest of Terra. I'm gonna be honest, it is hard for me to make connections when I am reading everything. Sometimes it doesn't fully click. Do you really think we can find that ship? Can only pass through Iberia. I don't understand. If it is a place like Rhode Island, why hasn't it tried to return in 60 years? We too are lost, unable to find a way back home, is that not so? The children are increasing in number. Are you alright? Me? Why do you ask? You didn't speak a single word on your way to Iberia. Have you always seen me as a chatterbox, Scotty? Scotty stares deeply into Spectre's eyes. When she'd finally found Laurentina on land, her eyes were clouded over. Then she saw it in Salviento, a fragment of Laurentina as she was. But it was short-lived. After returning to Rhode Island, she seemed to have fallen back into the abyss. Was she stuck in the abyss? Like a never-ending pit? But for now, Scotty begins to find herself unable to distinguish which corner of Spectre's mind she is currently dealing with. She has an ominous guess. One that has always swirled through her mind. What's the matter? No need to overthink this, Scotty. And the same goes for you, my sleepy little mermaid. We don't have much time. You will awaken. Will I? You will. For the time being, go with Shark and take out the small fry. Their numbers are endless, so remember to adjust your breathing and conserve energy. You should already know that I prefer it that way. Must we be in such a hurry to perform again? The storm is not yet ready. But it seems our dance partner won't be kept waiting. There's no end to them. Irene! You're still alive? So that flash of light was from the High Inquisitor's lantern after all. He wanted us to continue on, but what exactly should we do? Keep searching for the ship's location? I was originally planning to wait for the technicians to arrive, but seeing how you got this big fella started all by yourself... Make every second count. Thiago? So you're finally seeing clearly. Why haven't you fled? The penal battalion and that Inquisitor have been lying in ambush in town. Then why haven't your proud townspeople returned? Inquisitors have already taken away all the confused, directionless residents of Grand Faro, and you already know what's going to happen to them. You know all too well. But I can't sit by and watch Grand Faro go up in smoke. I have to do whatever I can. You? Fight for the Inquisition? Fair enough, Thiago, but that will only hasten the tower's demise. Iberia will never tolerate an act of treason. While we welcome all into our fold, the weak do not have that right. This determination of yours is but a sick joke your mind is playing on you. You understand nothing. Who do you think you're talking to? Who? As if I'd care to investigate. You would have been flushed out by the penal battalion long ago. Tell me then, what can people like you offer Grand Faro? In the end, this town is a mere human settlement. What we seek to offer to this land is of a much higher calling than your meaningless baubles. Yeah, we want to give people Thulu monsters. It's that easy. You've been followed. These sea terrors have pretty sharp senses. An outsider? We will allow it. Your flesh and blood shall become nourishment for our wounded. We all give back to this land. The Nether Sea brand has already reached this far. The walls, the stairs, it's all over the place. Are you still not done yet? They're getting closer. Almost there. How does this make any sense? Even after all these years, the signal receiving devices are still operable? But why? How? The logs. Oh, there it is. Now let's take a look. Their numbers are exploding. They're moving through the Nether Sea brand, as if they've merged with the ground entirely. At this rate, even Maestro, the hunters won't be able to stay in this branded place for much longer. Oh, sneaky. Damn it, underneath us. Jordy! What? Continue. Okay. Abyssal Hunters. You're too weak. Storms like this require swifter movements. Spare yourself the energy to breathe. Like so. How much longer, Ager? There's no records in the logs of how to operate this information terminals, so I have to keep searching. There's some data here. I don't understand what it means, but it keeps popping up. Keeps popping up? Even if that's from the Inquisition's last attempt, that should have been years ago. I'm not sure. I assumed the data lost was caused by a power outage, but if my hypothesis is correct, there's a ship that's been sending signals to this lighthouse for decades. What? How far away is it? I know, I'm looking. Where are the navigation records? What is it? It's very close. How can it be so close? What happened? I'm afraid the underground portion of the tower has been swallowed up by the Nethersea brain. We need to make our decision now. Decision? What decision? If we have the means to locate the ship, then we will go. No, we should eradicate the sea terrors to ensure the penal battalion's reinforcements can arrive safely. Impossible. You will merely wear yourself out before the stronger prey can even join the hunt. Or do you mean to say that Iberia has hundreds upon thousands of people willing to hold the line to their dying breath, like the High Inquisitor below us? No, but opportunity waits for no one. Have you confirmed the coordinates? I can determine an approximate range, but I don't know why it's spinning around, or if that means it's being kept afloat by aberrant ocean currents. See that square surrounded by seaboard? That's what the ship looks like now. But that ship is the only vessel we have. You can have it. We don't need it. No. Go with them. High Inquisitor? What did you just say? The Eye of Iberia has already been activated. There should still be some working safeguards in place. Lord Carmen will arrive to purge the evil remaining along these shores. We don't have time to waste on these endless hordes. Then I'll stay with you, sir. No. You ought to accompany them. You should go see the ocean. What saved your life? What let the rescuers find you? It wasn't me. It was the scriptures you held in your hand. Make the right choice. Do not bring shame to Iberia. Understood, High Inquisitor. I will become Iberia's eyes and return the Stultifera to our country's embrace. Then go. I look forward to seeing the moment you pass down the correct verdict. Yes, High Inquisitor. You know, I wanted to say, based on how badass, Irene is, I'm kind of curious what the High Inquisitors, do. Have a good one, Apple. You should leave too. Go with them. Sir, I don't want to. I want to stay here. It's too dangerous. I don't know a single thing about that golden vessel. The best I could do is bask in its magnificence, but I don't think that's where my duties lie. High Inquisitors are basically the feds. Yeah, that's fair, but, I would imagine they can do stuff. You know what I mean? Or, they have a power level of something, non-zero. This might be strange to say, but I only felt my own worth when I was exploring this lighthouse, so please let me stay here. Exactly 100 down, but nothing has changed. They're like stars in the sky. Breaking the encirclement would be simple, but defending the lighthouse? How long would we be slashing away? What a fine, colorful carpet that they make as their carcasses dissolve. A carpet of life. This must be the most beautiful carpet in the land. True, the Nethersea brand is spreading, which means... Whoop. Big explosion. Your weapons cannot burn them, but mine can. It's only a temporary solution. Cauterizing the tips of the seagrass won't stop it from growing. It's good enough. Grab your people and get out of here. Steer the ship out, or you won't be able to get your bearings. You realize what this means. You don't need to tell me, Ager. Very well. Do your best to survive, my Inquisitor. Shark, Scotty. That's the ship? Yes. After so long spent waiting on land, we are finally about to return to Ager. Gladia's words slow to a halt. Her hand caresses her neck. On her well-concealed skin is a patch that is rough to the touch. The ship is right in front of her eyes. No, don't be hasty, Gladia. The ocean is still dangerous. Otherwise, it would not have trapped the 3 hunters ashore. Without a doubt, her heart is smoldering. I guess they're compared to the Silverlance Pegasi, the Blades, the Tower Knights, in that they enforce the law, patrol, and defend parts of the nation, but they're not part of the general army. I see. This is the first major section of Arknights that I am actually deciding to read and participate in. I read up to like Frost Nova, and then I started reading Chapter 10 on stream and this event. But I would say that there's definitely gaps in my understanding. They've left. That's right. Which means we're stranded here until the penal battalion's reinforcements arrive. You done well, Ager. So you've earned the right to answer a question. Okay, I swear to answer truthfully. Did you make your own decision to leave the shore and come here with us? You're just an ordinary person. Janitor or whatever. You're no warrior. Few can wander out to sea, let alone witness a battle against the sea terrors. Yet, look, the expression doesn't shake at all under the light of my lantern. What are you thinking? What do you want? I can't even remember ever seeing my mother or father. Everyone always told me I'm an Ager, and that we came here to repair the lighthouse, but it's all ruined. Before I was very lost and confused. To be honest, when the Sea Terror came in, someone told me to leave as soon as possible, but truthfully, I didn't even know where I could go. Because I'm an Ager, all I can do is keep my head down as I trudge through life, and, just so you know, I'm actually a chapel nurse, not a janitor. But that doesn't really count as work, does it? All the things Mr. Elysium talks about, the way he acts. Maybe that's what it really means to live life upon this land. That's why I felt like this was an opportunity. Son, you're not afraid of death? I don't think there's anyone who isn't, sir. I should be frank with you. Another sea brand has already completely engulfed the coastline. We don't have much time left. Oh. Lord Carmen and Dr. Kalstad may have their methods, but I'm not so optimistic. When the others left, we were basically condemned to death. Is that why you insisted on me going with them? Too late to regret it now. You chose to defy me, of your own free will. But even if you die here, your death would be by no means meaningless. You're not shaken? just a bit, maybe. But even if I went with them, wouldn't I still have 9-to-1 odds of dying? As long as I stay here in this lighthouse, I can at least feel like I've already... Don't be in such a hurry to give up. The Eye of Iberia has its own defenses. Go start them up. Alright, but where will you go? Now. We are alone at sea, far from our homeland. Again and again, we arrive on this little reef. The weight of our lives and of our vessels, so much heavier than the place itself. Between the ocean and Iberia, there's no such thing as justice. Or evil. Only sword and lantern. Only me. You skipped out on the heavy world building and political stuff, so might be if I'm not making any sense. Maybe. I read Sharklad instead of Scotty. Jokes aside, story definitely got its moments. I'm interested in moments where I'm like, you just want action. Yeah, again, I really feel like it's, you know, it's just the balance. I feel like there's a lot here where you kind of go like, maybe there could have been less. Or maybe you could have told the same story with less words. Obviously, we're biased because we're the people, or we're on the timeline basically where all of the words are here. But if you think about it, how much was cut from this story, right? Like, how much story isn't there right now that, like, you literally don't care about because you didn't hear it? It's kind of the same thing, where it's like, could we not have told this maybe with less words? That's kind of how I see it. But yeah, I mean, like, I don't know, I really like the story. It's just there's so goddamn much of it. So needing to read it is a lot. Naf open safe sits an outdated nautical chart, once used by the old Iberian fleet to conquer the seas. The crystallization of their explorations through the mist. Unfortunately, it is now nothing more than a scrap of paper. A few other miscellaneous items also sit at the bottom of the safe with nobody left to use them. What is this? Open the cabinet's swaying doors and a complex-looking device can be found resting inside. A thin line of Aegir text along it reads, Housekeeping Assistant Module. It seems to fit into one of the slots on Little Handy. It appears to have been carefully stashed at some point here. Where did it come from? To get rusted compasses, I suppose. Oh wait, how do I get the rest of it? Faro Lost Flagship. Unlocks after completing Lost Flagship. Ah. So this was the second half of the event. Okay. If I recall correctly, there was an interview in regards to the writing department where they said that they go through iterations of edits and review. Yeah, the thing I'm curious about is what iterations are they aiming for, and what are the edits and what are they reviewing? Like, right? Because basically, if the narrative team's, like, main goals are to tell a story in its comprehensiveness, then they're not going to cut as many things. So, anyways, that's fine. We made it through the first half of the story. Or that would be what it appears. So our next Arknights read-along stream is on Wednesday at a point in time. At whenever the normal time is to do this stuff. So, if you were here for People Use, thing. Alright. I apologize, I suppose, to all the people who could have been watching right now, but the stream is dying. Thank you, YouTube. Really appreciate that. But, yeah. Let's do that 10 poll that I really wanted to do. Because I want to do that. Yeah, I'm gonna assume nobody wants a token because I'm tired. I feel like the reading streams really take a lot out of me. Probably means that I should space it out, but my problem is that, like, I want to get through it because the EX stage is on Thursday. But we'll figure out what happens. Hopefully it's not too dense on the latter half. But yeah, I would like to do this because I would like a Spalter. I don't know why I want the Spalter, but I would like a Spalter. I just realized that it's a fast redeploy. I didn't know that. Attacks all blocked enemies. Attack plus 200%. Deal 60% as extra damage when attacking with HP equal to higher than self. She is and isn't technically, I see. Sorry, do I pronounce your name NC Point? If you retreat her, she has normal redeployment time. Does not retreat upon receiving lethal damage, instead swaps to a substitute. Substitute has 0 block, swaps back to the original after 20 seconds. Okay. NC Point, do you want a token? Do you know what a token is? And would you like one? While you think about that, I'm gonna waste some Orignum. Because it was like, I don't think there's any operators coming up for me soon that I like particularly care about. So we're gonna hit this temple button and hope that our desire to pull the thing is present. It's alright, you're just jumping between random Arknight streamers? Okay. Yeah, do you want a token? Or rather, do you know what a token is and would you like one? I guess I could apologize here. I will get you up to date in 1 second. Jim Jones stuff? I don't know what that means. Is that a bad thing? Should I be concerned? Here, should I do the token first? Do the token first. It'll give me better luck on the 10 pull, right? That's how this works. So, a token is like a tiny drawing that I make for people who show up to stream. If you could have a tiny drawing made for you, what would it be? And would you like one? This is the strategy meeting. Or rather, it's what it used to be called, but this is the lovely, wonderful Tavern of House Lyria. With a whole bunch of members of House Lyria. I think we're at like 90 some odd tokens. But, so if you would like one, I can add you to the bunch. I could start a new token for you right here. And then we have some other things to do in the tavern. So if you'd like me to draw something for you, let me know. I can start it right here. However, I'm going to reorganize the table, seeing as we have a bit of a different lineup this week. We have 4 Arknights, not 3. So we can hide this. These are the tokens for the streams that we do this week. So I believe it's Arknights, tomorrow is Monster Hunter, and then we have Arknights, then Arknights, then Arknights, then Arknights again. So let's stamp off one of them, as we have completed the stream. And then, oh my goodness, we have so many tokens. Stamp it off. A rotisserie chicken from Costco. I see. What does a rotisserie chicken from Costco look like? That is bizarre, my friend. I hope I can draw this well. So it's kind of like there's the black container, right? There's like the dish that it comes in. Oh man, we are lagging. Hopefully my computer doesn't explode while trying to do this. It's kind of like the dish that it comes in. You know? Looks kind of like this. And then there's the actual chicken inside it. Oops. Kind of like orangey, dark orangey, kind of like this. And then it gets lighter in some sections. Oh, this one's gonna be bad. I can tell it. I can tell. Then we need the legs. They're like this. And they've got kind of that, right? It's like it's a chimkin. And then we've got there's kind of like the ropes, right? That like tie the chicken legs, right? And we've got, you know, some crispiness over there, over here. Like this, like that. Yeah, and they've got wings on the side. It's kind of like I guess they just kind of look like this, no? This has to be one of the most disturbing tokens I've ever had to make. I think because it looks so awful. Normally when people ask to be drawn as animals, they want to be like alive ones, not rotisserie chickens. Alright. Well, there it is. It sure is something, isn't it? We're gonna just put a little bit of an outline. Just so that you can tell between the bottom of the container and the top of the container. Kind of like this. And there we go. There is your rotisserie chicken. Kind of. I don't want to fix it a little bit. Thank you for letting me draw something for you. I appreciate it. And you can join the ranks of the rest of the people in House Lyria. I'm gonna put the chicken on the counter. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. Put the chicken on the counter, beside the cat. Thank you for letting me draw something for you. Appreciate it. We also need to update the date. So today is the week of the 6th to the 12th. I guess it's mostly done now. So we can remove this. And save. Chicken for on the counter for all to share? Yes. It's gonna... The chicken's now gonna be there until the end of time that House Lyria stays active, so hopefully it doesn't go too bad too soon. That'd be pretty awkward. So, we're gonna go back to the main screen. Because we have now we have prayed to the gacha gods for the entire stream. We have done our duty. We have made a token for a new friend of House Lyria. And we are now praying so that we can pull a Spalter. It may be a small prayer, it may be an insignificant one, but today, please, give me a small turn. Ah, pain. Rainbow, though. No rainbow. 2 5 stars. That's pretty painful. We're gonna skip. I don't care about the 5 stars. Where are they, though? Who the hell are these people? I have no idea who those are. Ugh. The pain. Oh, the pain. 5-star operators for 5-star chicken. This is your fault. This is your fault because because you chose a bad token, clearly. Who is this? Spread shooter. I was gonna say, is this a 5-star executor? And then it's like, wait, but executor is a 5-star executor. Who's the other person? You. Oh. You're a DPS support. Artificer. Can you support devices in battle? Carries 2 reliable batteries that can only take effect on casters. Supporters. Equipped units gain plus 5% attack, lasts for 5 seconds. Interesting. It's new type of unit that I have not seen before. Alrighty. So, here's what I'm going to say, is for everyone who stuck around, again, sorry for the interruptions on YouTube. That's a little unfortunate. But for everyone who stuck around, I'll say thank you so much for watching. Thank you for being here, everybody. Soon to hopefully apply for YouTube partnership. That'd be really awesome. And hopefully they don't say no, because that'd make me very sad. So, thank you so much, everybody. I will see you all next time. Goodbye. Bye-bye.